I'm Darcy Byrne, I'm the Mayor of the InnerWest Council. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and by paying respect to their elders, both past and present. We don't have any apologies that have been received. We've got a request seemingly from Councillor Stamoulis and I believe another request from Councillor Shetty to participate remotely. So we've got an apology for lateness from Councillor Sardulius and a request from Councillors Stamoulis and Shetty to participate remotely. Will someone move that that request be accepted? Moved by Councillor Lockie, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Notice of webcasting. We let you know at the beginning of the meeting that these proceedings are broadcast live onto the internet, onto YouTube, and they're recorded there for posterity, and we inform you of that at the beginning of the meeting so that you're aware that there are legal ramifications to comments that you might make in the public domain. Disclosures of interest, councillors. Any disclosures of interest tonight? Councillor Howard?
Thank you. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 16, the local traffic committee meeting on the 18th of September, as I work in the ministerial office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as the member for Summerhill has a representative on the local traffic committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting as the vote of the state member is exercised for a representative. I also declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 34, mitigating the impact of the Bankstown train line closures, as I work in the office of the Minister for Transport and in that capacity have been more directly engaged in work around the temporary transport plan. So out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any perception of risk, I will remove myself from discussion or voting on the item.
Thank you for that. Have you provided that wording to the minute takers? Okay. So Councillor Howard has made those two declarations. Disclosures. Any other disclosures, councillors? If not, will someone move that they be accepted? Moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Oh, sorry. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. Apologies. I'm just on a train. I don't know if anyone can hear me very well.
We can hear you perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I would also like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in the traffic committee. I'm a member for Balmain and have a representative on the traffic committee and will remain in the chamber for the meeting.
Okay. So Councillor Stevens was moving the acceptance of both Councillor Howard's and Councillor Shetty's disclosures. Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Can I ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation? Thank you. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 12th of September and of the 19th of September. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes?
Mayor?
Yes.
My vote for item 55 was reflected incorrectly.
What page of the business papers is that on, Councillor?
Oh, okay. It is on page 11.
Thank you. And what was the correction?
Alcohol-free zone. I voted against the motion, and that's reflected in the webcasting.
Okay, so Councillor Griffiths will move the adoption of the minutes with that amendment incorporated, that he was against item 55. Are there any further clarifications or corrections? If not, I'll look for a seconder for that motion, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the public forum. So I'm going to read out the items, all of the items for which we have registered speakers. If you've come along tonight to speak to an item and you don't hear it listed now, you need to come and let us know, because it means that something's gone wrong with your registration. So we have speakers for item 7, Living Streets, Verge Gardens and Adopt a Spot. Item 8, Post-Exhibition Draft Leichhardt Oval Master Plan. Item 12, Plan of Management, Elkington Park and Fitzroy Avenue Reserve. Item 14, Parramatta Road Corridor Stage 1. Item 16, Local Traffic Committee. Item 17, InnerWest at 40 Study. Item 29, Trans Day of Remembrance and Resistance. Item 33, Notice of Motion Proposed Quong Tart Plaza. Item 34, Notice of Motion Mitigating the Impact of Bankstown Train Line Closures. And item 41, Lease of Gladstone Park Bowling Club. Is there anyone here who, for an item that wasn't just listed? No? Excellent. So I'll go first to item 7. The first speaker on item 7 is David Baxter of Leichhardt. David, are you here? Thank you. Now, just David, I'll let you know and everybody else that the Code of Meeting Practice allows for members of the public gallery to speak for 3 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear this warning bell, and that means it's time to move into your moving crescendo. We're not in the practice of extending people's time for the very good reason that you'll be tempted to go overtime if you're the first speaker tonight, but if you're the last person to leave tonight, which is often close to midnight, you wish that everybody else had stuck to time. David?
Thank you, Chairman. Just some brief comments in relation to this policy. In about 6 or 7 months before the policy went on exhibition and for comments, I received a call from council out of the blue from an officer concerned with the policy to say that they'd gone through their records and noticed that I've been an advocate in this area for many, many years, and they welcomed comments from me when the policy does go on exhibit, and would I consider doing that? And I would get notification of that. And I said, yes, look, I would. And I feared what I might be doing because many years in the past with the Leichhardt Council policy and the first InnerWest policy in relation to Verge Gardens, in my advocacy I'd made a number of comments in relation to disadvantaged people, in particular with dementia advocacy, as you know, and also in relation to public liability. Anyway, I received the document in relation to the Verge policy, and I just thought it was an excellent document. I thought it was a wonderful document. And there was only, what I was going to write as comment was basically a comment of, well, I think this is excellent. I think you're really on the right track. And there was only a couple of little refinements I made. The first refinement was in relation to the council monitoring of Verge Gardens. There's nothing in the policy about council initiating action if they find, if they monitor a Verge Garden which is outside the guidelines or the policy. I think the public liability risk is so high in relation to these things in certain circumstances that council action should not depend on just a complaint. If council monitors something which is really outside the guidelines and could present a danger, I think they should act on their own initiative and not wait for a complaint. I think that's something the insurers will bring up. That's the first substantial disagreement I had with the policy. The other one I was thinking about, because I like to raise that dementia is a relevant consideration, I dropped away from that because the policy said it covers people with all abilities. And I thought that was sufficient. But when I read the outcome that was of the consultation, it had something new which I hadn't turned my mind to, which was Verge Gardens and Adopt a Spot. Now, the Adopt a Spot policy has some special considerations. And in fact, one of the strengths of the Verge Garden policy, I cannot tell for the life of me from the wording from the Adopt a Spot policy whether it runs across it and contradicts it or not. And that regards whether you can do a garden on the neighbouring residence. And I think that needs some separate consideration rather than being bundled together with this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Baxter. The second speaker is Mike Roberts at Ashfield.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So unlike the previous speaker, I don't have expertise in Verge Gardens, but I did come and speak to you a few months ago when this was first considered by the council. And I made a submission along the same lines to the public consultation. And that was around the inclusion of hard objects in the Verge Gardens. And the reason for having a view on this is because of a specific Verge Garden in Queen Street, which has been tended for 40 years by my neighbour, Michael Lowell, who's going to speak to you shortly. And it's a big part of the community in that part of Ashfield. It's a bit of an attraction. People come there on a weekend to look and enjoy the garden. And part of that is because it's beautifully tended by Mr. Lowell, and part of it is because there are a lot of little ornaments around the edge of it. And under the policy as it stands, those ornaments would have to be removed from that garden. They haven't all been there for 40 years. The garden's been there for 40 years. Mr. Lowell looks after it very carefully. There have been no injuries from that garden. You're presenting, in your documents, you say that hard objects present a risk. Now, hard objects could present a risk. They could present a trip hazard. In this garden, they do neither of those things. So a policy which has a blanket ban on an item that might present a risk is bad policy. By that policy, you would have no cars in the InnerWest because they present a risk. So what I'm suggesting is an amendment to this that allows hard objects subject to a risk assessment. So where they present a trip hazard, sure, get rid of them. Where they present any other kind of hazard, get rid of them. But where there is no hazard, and they've been there in this instance for 40 years without creating any problems, there's no reason to ban them. And I'll give you back 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Roberts. Our next speaker is Michael Lowell of Ashfield. Mr. Lowell?
Good afternoon, sir. I am here today to discuss about my garden. That garden been there for over 40 years. I look after it very well, and a lot of people, they really love it. They come and take the photos from there. And COVID time, they all bring their kids. The woman and the man, they all bring their kids. They sit down there. They admire it. They enjoy it. They take the photos. So I really look after it. Nobody ever got hurt there. It's out of the way. The footpath is clearly one way. And no danger, nothing. And I love to see that thing still there because a lot of people is still coming with their children. They look at it, sit down, admire it, and love it. They take photos. Kids, they love it. So I'll ask you, please help leave everything as it is because it's not hurting anyone. It's out of the way. That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lowell. Very well spoken. Our next item for which there are speakers is item 8, Draft Leichhardt Oval Master Plan, and that speaker is Cynthia Nadai from Lilyfield, who's online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring to the councillors' attention that you're being asked to approve the Leichhardt Oval Draft Master Plan tonight, and I've got some concerns that there's some information which is incomplete. So first of all, in terms of consultation, a number of sporting groups, including and plus the police and the Transport for New South Wales, have all been identified as external stakeholders and have been interviewed. but there's been no effort, as far as I can tell, to interview or to include the organizations that work or on the east of the site. So that would be the University of Tasmania, We Help Ourselves, Uniting Care Facility, Audrey Hawkins, Mental Health Coordinating Council, and Red Nose. So this is a big missing element of the plan. And they have not had an opportunity to actually comment on the plan. At least it doesn't look like that in terms of your report. As well as in terms of the design, there on page 9, which is the local context map, there's no identification of Broughton Hall, which is literally right next to the Oval. And Broughton Hall is a part of Callan Park. As well as on page 7, which is talking about the traffic routing design, the roadway, which is along the waterfront, let's say in front of Le Montage, is identified as a local road. It's not identified as a local road in yellow, so it indicates it's a bicycle path, but not a roadway. Well, if it was identified as a roadway, it easily could be another road to leave the site, and therefore it should be included and drawn in yellow, not just green, on your maps. I'm also concerned that on your design that there is a beer garden, a family-friendly beer garden directly opposite We Help Ourselves. And for those of you who don't know, We Help Ourselves is a drug and alcohol rehabilitation facility with 125 clients at a time. To have a beer garden directly opposite the street is just totally unthoughtful, inappropriate, and should be deleted immediately from the plan. As far as I can tell, that the plan, I made these submissions in writing, and as far as I can tell, none of the plan hasn't changed since during the third consultation. And just the third, my last point is that the new pedestrian path, which is recommended, goes down Church Street and through Callan Park. Well, if you go down Church Street, you're going past We Help Ourselves. And in the past, there have been a lot of beer bottles, and any time that a beer bottle is left half full, it is a trigger event for any of the clients of whose. And therefore, once again,
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
To have the path leading away from the Leichhardt Oval to go down Church Street.
Cynthia, your time has concluded. I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Sure. And to go through Callan Park, which is a state heritage site.
Cynthia, with great respect, your time has concluded. I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Sure. So please consider these incomplete plan. Please consider my remarks before voting on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is item 12, for which there is one speaker. That's Deborah Yates of Balmain.
Thank you. And thank you for asking me and allowing me to come and talk to you this evening. I represent the Elkington Park residents, and I'm going to talk particularly about the Elkington Park Redevelopment Plan version 2, in other words, the revised version. We are residents who have been there for more than 20 years, and we're a very close-knit community. We would like the council to consider the fact that some of the community feedback which we put in originally does not appear to have been taken into account, nor have the appropriate changes and amendments been made. So we have three particular issues that we are very concerned about. We'd like to say that we are very much in favour of sustainability and environmental sustainability, and we would like to conform particularly with the InnerWest's long-term strategic plan, which we totally agree with. So the first thing is that we are very concerned about the heritage nature, and we do not think that some of the proposed developments are in any way in keeping with this, and we would like to highlight in particular the rotunda. As you're probably all aware, the rotunda is a 1930s rotunda which is designed for bands in the middle of the park, and it has it actually needs repair. Its roof is falling down a bit, and really it needs to have its roof repaired first before anything else is done to it. In addition, there's a plan for a a ramp which goes all the way round the rotunda, which is totally out of character with the rest of the park, and in addition produces all sorts of problems because it has no edge to it. So if you are going to have disabled access, that'll just mean that it's easy for wheels to fall off it. In addition, it's the sort of thing that would very much invite skateboarders and all this sort of other thing, and it's totally out of character. It's unnecessary as well because all that is needed is to have a ramp made from the existing steps. All you need to do is add some concrete to enable the wheels to go up there, and that would enable not only the disabled but also mothers with children, which we very much encourage. So that's point number one. Point number two is that we don't feel that any more concrete paths are necessary. And we certainly don't want the bollards, the planned bollards that are there in the plan, because they're modern and they're out of character. We already have extremely good lighting. LED lighting was put in by the council. It's improved it immensely, so we don't need anything else. And the third thing is the plans for the caretaker's cottage. The caretaker's cottage is a heritage item. It was originally included a kitchen and bathroom at the back. The current plans are to actually break down and demolish part of it, which would be completely out of keeping. We would like to maintain that cottage, have it for community events, to bring the community together, and also to have a community garden where we can actually grow plants, swap things, enjoy things, and enhance the character and also the environmental sustainability of the park. So please bear this in mind when you're considering this. Please also bear in mind that I represent a large number of the different people who are unable to come tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Okay, for item 14, we have 4 speakers against and 1 speaker for. Now, under our code of meeting practice, there's only an allowance for 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against. As this is a rezoning proposal that covers multiple different precincts, I'm going to hazard a guess that there's actually more than one issue that's going to be raised. And so I'm going to propose to the meeting that we agree that all 4 people who've registered to speak against are able to do so. Only cost us an extra 3 minutes, one way or the other. Is everybody happy with that? Great. So the first speaker is Helen Jones of Leichhardt.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Your new documents have been rewritten to state this current proposal was the original plan. The original PR cut stated that potential exists on Tebbit Street between Hatton and Kegworth Street, but leave the Levy streets bordering Tebbit alone. 60 homes under this plan are to be demolished, with nearly 80% of those being of high demand 3 to 5 bedroom family homes. This proposal is in direct contradiction of the original PCUT's recommendation and the Council's blue-green grid directive, which means all 4 streets should not be rezoned and jeopardise the tree canopy that supports the greenway. This is being replaced by blocks of flats which plan to provide only 50% of the units as 3-bedroom family homes, therefore not catering to a family-orientated suburb, and no affordable housing. I'm not against development. This proposal, however, has not looked at opportunities on Parramatta Road, West Connects, dive sites and unused warehouses. This proposal targets existing family homes whilst ignoring empty non-residential opportunities in addition to vacant lands. In respect to development around transport hubs, again, I have no problem with this concept. However, the capacity has to be available. It's estimated both delivered and in the pipeline the number of dwellings impacting light rail already are. In the surrounding areas around Taverners Hill, there are 2,200 new dwellings have been delivered, proposed or in construction. White Bay, a 9-building development site, one building's 250 dwellings alone. I don't know the other building specifications. Piermont, 265 luxury apartments. Fish Market, 1,500 units with permission for 2,850 residents. Potentially over 4,000 additional new dwellings will rely on the light rail from Dulwich Hill to Central. This infrastructure is already at its maximum service potential. As due to limitations at Dulwich Hill, the minimum frequency is 8 minutes. Therefore, there is no ability to uplift this service. The assumptions to increase density around transport hubs is understandable, but this assumption is false, as capacity has already been met or exceeded with existing and already approved developments. If you have to take train at Lewisham Station, there's no lift, so it's really not disability friendly. And when it rains, it floods. So please remove shoes, socks and stockings to exit. Bus services have decreased since privatisation, with over 13,000 ghost buses in July 2023 alone, as reported by Channel 7 on the 18th of August of this year. 20% of the entire ghost buses is actually in the InnerWest. Also, multiple cancellations with 114 bus driver vacancies. Additionally, scheduling changes to counteract driver shortages. Again, this service is failing to meet its own service delivery targets. Therefore, the assumption that excess capacity exists during peak periods is a false assumption. It would be appreciated if everyone voting on this proposal prints out the Taverners Hill North Lot Amalgamation Plan and come and visit our streets and community to see and understand what is going to be demolished. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is Leanne Ellsworthy of Leichhardt.
Thank you for the opportunity. Beeson, Kegworth, Hatham and Tebbit streets are typically made up of houses, units and townhouses and are either owner-occupied, providing public housing or used for private rental. Our streets are a microcosm of housing across urban Australia. However, how we differ from most properties in the InnerWest is that our streets contain the most extensive grouping of large, mature trees in Leichhardt. Our long backyards have enabled us to collectively grow an urban forest. Importantly, our trees feed into the greenway. Our trees, gardens and houses provide homes, food and protection for a variety of birds and animals. Our urban forest also provides us a safe place for migratory birds and microbats to rest on their migration. These 4 streets enable a thriving ecological community with a diverse range of wildlife and many native birds like the king parrot, the fairy wrens, the tawny frogmouths, etc. This is a place where these birds breed and raise their young, and it provides much needed habitat for vulnerable species like the powerful owl. Our backyards are crucial for the Greenway. We are the artery of the Greenway. Council is currently spending considerable funds to extend the Greenway, yet will harm the Greenway if this rezoning goes ahead. Our trees also help to reduce the overheating that is currently being caused by cities and consequently contributing to climate change. We are not being selfish in wanting to preserve this crucial environment. We are being responsible citizens, trying to protect a very important environment for our plants, animals and citizens. The irony of this whole situation is that one of the very reasons our streets were chosen by Council for rezoning is our lovely long backyards. You are willing to rip up our community, bulldoze our homes, cut down our trees and destroy this precious habitat without even considering other options such as available land along Parramatta Road. This land is as close to the light rail as we are, so there goes that excuse. The Gateway determination has already declared that trees are not valuable. Earlier this year, a council staff member agreed that council was not obliged to replace any trees that are lost in this proposed development. This, combined with the fact that there has been no study conducted on the ecological impact of the proposed rezoning, does not indicate to us that there is any regard being given for our precious environment. Further, the proposed development contradicts the key aims of Council's draft blue-green strategy. Therefore, how is the planning proposal able to state that the planning proposal will not adversely impact on threatened species, populations or ecological communities? Perhaps Council's commitment to the environment is as weak as its commitment to ensuring 15% affordable housing in all new developments, considering that at best we will get 2% affordable housing from this development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Lafferty of Leichhardt.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about the need for an economic and financial feasibility study for this proposal. No economic and financial feasibility study has been undertaken in regards to the 4 streets that we're talking about. Yet there has been a lot of talk about the need to provide affordable housing to resolve the current housing crisis, especially for those on lower incomes and essential workers. These streets already accommodate... Sorry about that. Too close? It's my loud voice.
I think we're better now. Try that. All good. Yep.
These streets already accommodate some of these people. We have a mix of occupations and incomes. Some of the longer-term residents bought here when Leichhardt was not a fashionable, highly sought-after inner-west suburb. In fact, West Leichhardt was seen as a less desirable part of the municipality, therefore making it affordable for those of us in lower-paid jobs. This is a rapidly changing area. Land value has skyrocketed in recent years. There is no way that this proposed development will be affordable for the typical resident currently living in this identified block of streets. Many of those who will be forced to leave due to the higher density will not be able to buy back into the inner west. These 4 streets are all viable and dynamic communities where people know and support each other. Beeson Street particularly has maintained this despite undergoing 3 major developments since the mid-90s. We are a great example of community not being adversely affected if development is done properly. Not one existing house was destroyed. No one was dislocated from the home. Community has been maintained despite significantly density growth because the developments were not so large as to drastically overpopulate this very small physical space. We have not been overrun with an unreasonable high traffic flow. Previous developments did not require rezoning, therefore council rates were not adversely affected. This proposal will see a major rate rise, which will severely impact on current residents. We are not opposing development in Leichhardt per se. We want to see quality development. We do not have to destroy our homes to provide much needed housing for others. Economic and financial feasibility studies have been conducted for both Norton Street and Kings Bay. Why has no such study been conducted for the rezoning of these 4 streets? How can council partners make sound decisions about the rezoning of this area without this vital information? We know it's because this is not a financially viable proposal. We know it is not intended for those who are on lower incomes and essential workers. This is a land grab for development and developers. Thank you.
Justin Simon of Summerhill.
Thanks, Mayor and councillors. I first want to address the comments that have been made by 2 speakers that we'd be better off rezoning Parramatta Road or West Connects for these apartments. I think that's a pretty inequitable view, as it would result in many young families and young children living on busy roads, filling their lungs with particulate matter and being kept up at night by traffic. I want to commend council staff on preparing these rezonings and state my only lament is that there are locations in the inner west where such low-rise apartments are not permitted. The rezoning will be good news for young people who will want more affordable housing. It's also good news for housing diversity, as north of Parramatta Road is still dominated by low-density houses, which few can afford. It's no surprise that the downfall of Norton Street coincided with Leichhardt adding only 200 dwellings over the course of 15 years between 2001 and 2016. Local businesses need customers within walking distance and an injection of prospective small business owners, often migrants. If you're not adding to housing supply, then a major source of both gets cut off. So this will be good for small business. Second, I want to ask Council to commit to collecting demographic information of attendees at these Council sessions, both in terms of age and home ownership status. We know that these consultations overwhelmingly attract older homeowners who have particularly conservative attitudes. When myself and a friend attended a local environment plan
I'll call the meeting to order. With great respect, just ask that the clock be stopped, please. With great respect, I will insist that the gentleman who is speaking respectfully be heard in silence. Please proceed.
When myself and a friend attended local environment plan consultations on behalf of Sydney Yimby, we were in a room with 30 others from community groups, and we seemed to be the only ones under 60. This is not an exaggeration. These demographics should be compared to the InnerWest as a whole. If they're unrepresentative, then this feedback should be discounted appropriately as only being part of the community. This would require councillors and staff to show conviction and do what they know is right, not just aligning with a small and angry subset of the community. I also note with concern that the community meetings are to be scheduled for weekdays, and hope this means weekday evenings. Holding them during the day would make it even more difficult for those who work 9 to 5 to attend and compound these demographic issues we see with consultations. Thanks for your time. I urge you to support this motion and consider those changes to improve representation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. The last speaker for this item is Sharon Carey of Leichhardt.
Hang on, I'll just get sorted. Okay, so actually, before I forget, I'd just like to point out that I'm over 65 and I do work full-time 9 to 5. So I hope the meetings are suitable for my older demographic as well. Okay, so I object to the proposed rezoning of Taverners Hill North Prutes Stage 1 in its current format for the following reason. Prutes, which is the basis of the proposal, refers to Parramatta Road, and I believe that Parramatta Road sites like Best and Less, which is currently for sale, should be utilised first. Parramatta Road sites have the same supposed transport advantage as Taverners Hill North. Also, Parramatta Road is supposed to be beautified, so it won't always be ugly. Taverners Hill North is already a very green, sustainable area with large, mature trees which will be destroyed by development. I have lived in my place for 30 plus years and I've got trees in there that are 40, 50 years old. They'll be gone. Parking is already an issue in Taverners Hill North, with most sites not having off-street parking, and this will become a nightmare under the proposed parking arrangements. Traffic on Tebbutt Street is already congested in peak hours and on weekdays and weekends, and is often backed up to Foster Street, the other side of Marion, and as far as Allen Street. This will only get worse under the proposal and will not be solved by the existing public transport because it doesn't cater for the traffic direction. Public transport in the Taverners Hill North and South area is already over capacity in peak hours. Getting on a train at Lewisham, Summerhill, Petersham, or any of the light rail stops is near impossible during peak hours, and the buses along Parramatta Road and Marion Street are the same and run inconsistently. Most blocks are very small in Taverners Hill, majority being approximately 3 to 350 square metres or less. So you would need multiple blocks to build anything, potentially pitting neighbour against neighbour, destroying harmonious communities. Or you could end up like in Lewisham Towers area, where a unit block abuts adjoining semi. The proposal states that affordable housing is not viable for Taverners Hill, but in this time of housing crisis, isn't that the whole point, to increase affordable housing? Very contradictory. Who are you building for? And what about the existing social housing in Tebbutt Street and Beeson Street, and the heritage houses in Beeson Street? Will they find themselves hemmed in, or will the social housing be moved by the state government, since that has already been stated that it doesn't fit with the plan along with affordable housing? What I am stating is not NIMBYism. I have lived in Kegworth Street for 30 plus years. I actually want a backyard, not a balcony. I'm nearly finished. Can I continue?
Please proceed.
I want a backyard, not a balcony. I want to be see trees, flowers, birds, brush turkeys, possums, only sometimes though. I want to be able to look out my doors and windows and look at the sky, not a wall of units. I want sun to light my house, not unnatural light. Why do we have to destroy a community to build a community? There are better options. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is item 16, Local Traffic Committee meeting, and the speaker is Jennifer Aaron.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the meeting. First of all, I would like to say that I support the recommendation that a minimum of 3 metre bike bay be installed on the eastern side of the garage of 38 William Street. For people who don't know, it's the Cyclops Toy Factory. I've lived here for the past 24 years, and over the last 3 to 4 years, a number of boats, trailers, Sydney buses, large construction vehicles and trucks parked on William Street has increased significantly, and more significantly immediately at the front of our building. Our garage access is part way down from Francis Street, and when you've got all those large vehicles, it is absolutely and utterly impossible and incredibly dangerous for us to actually leave our garage. On the 5th of May this year, I met with 2 council representatives in relation to the issue and requested, we discussed it they were there for about an hour. We looked at all the issues, and it was recommended that we could possibly install a bike bay on either side of the garage. And I met with the traffic committee last month on the 18th of September, and I don't know if it's possible for you to actually see this massive truck, which is illegally parked on the street because of its size, but that was parked there for 3 nights in a row to the western side of our garage, which makes it absolutely and utterly impossible to pull out in either direction safely. One of the council traffic persons suggested that instead of pulling out of our garage to the east, which is to go up towards Norton Street, we should pull out to the left, go around North Street, which is one way, or go up to Elswick Street, extend our trip by another 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And as many of you would know, in peak hour, to get from the Cyclops Toy Factory, which is about 100 metres from the City West Link, that can take anything up to 13 or 14 minutes. So, but it doesn't make any difference to us which way we pull out. If there's buses, construction vehicles, abandoned boats. In fact, we've had abandoned boats that have been outside of our building for up to 6 and 7 and 8 months, where they've removed the registration plates from the vehicles, and it's taken up to 8 months to have them actually towed away and removed. For those of you who know William Street, from the roundabout on Norton Street, you'll know once they get to William Street, it's straight down and then straight up, and vehicles can speed along there for 80, 90 kilometres an hour, and it's a recipe for a fatal accident to happen. Following my representation at the Traffic Committee in September, the Traffic Committee, on the recommendation...
Ms Aaron, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks as your time has expired.
Okay. I support one on the eastern side. I would ask council to seriously, please, agree to a parking bay on the western side of the garage as well, so that we can pull out safely and knowing that we're not going to have a fatal accident. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 17, InnerWest at 40 study. The first speaker is Rachel Davies of Ashfield, who is online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello there. Thank you very much for listening tonight. I would just like to say that reducing speeds in the InnerWest is a great plan, and I hope you all support it tonight. Those who choose to walk and those who choose to drive will find that they can move around with fewer delays, because crossing the road as a pedestrian and merging with traffic as a driver is easier if the drivers are going slower, because you can predict the movement of the cars and you've crossed the road or merge in. So this is all great, but this is only half the job on my perspective. Those who choose to use active transport, whether it's scooters, bicycles, e-bikes, cargo bikes, whatever, need to be supported and encouraged by having roads that are 30 kilometres an hour. It's wrong to allow cyclists to remain as vulnerable as they currently are on some of these roads. And as a regular cyclist, I cycle to Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, Concord Hospital, I cycle locally, and it's not a happy place out there, and just wanted to make that point. Cyclists are almost like pedestrians walking on the road. We have no physical protection, but we're mixing it with the traffic every day. To properly deliver on the community strategic plan, which is to prioritise active transport over car use, we really need to have 30 kilometres as part of the picture. It really has to be a part of this whole change, and I hope that some of you are supportive of that idea. I support 40 kilometres an hour, but 30 kilometres an hour is needed now on all council bike routes that don't have physically separated cycle infrastructure. Cyclists need to be protected from drivers. It's just a fact of life, unfortunately. And the final point I wanted to make is it's especially important for female cyclists. Studies in the US have shown that drivers do pass closer to female cyclists. They tend to go around male cyclists with a wider berth. And so in my mind, and I think in reality, this does need to be considered as a gender equity issue. And if you look around the streets, you'll see many male cyclists. There are not many women out there. And having talked to a lot of local people, there's a lot of women who'd love to be out there, but they are not going to be riding on the roads, even if they're 40K. We need to lower the speed limits whilst we're building the separated cycle infrastructure. And I think that's behoving on council to take this on as a safety and gender equity issue. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you very much for listening.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Joy Camilleri of Leichhardt.
Thank you. Our council has the 5th highest population density of all 130 New South Wales council. Analysis of the New South Wales Centre for Road Safety site shows that for 2021, the InnerWest had the 3rd highest total casualty crashes, and the 4th highest total killed and injured per head of LGA population for Sydney metropolitan region. Our percentages appear to be increasing. Where there is more traffic, drivers take more risks to try and circumvent traffic, which leads to more accidents, injuries and even death. We need our roads moving to mitigate accidents and injury. Channel 7 News in May reported that trucks are more so using rat runs on local roads to avoid paying WestConnex tolls. This adds to our high volume of heavy vehicle traffic. Tebbit Street has Kegworth Primary School and Teen Kids Daycare, and this street with 2 other childcare centres and Leichhardt Marketplace on Foster Street. 14% of pedestrians-related accidents occur near an active school zone. This significantly increases to 75%, 400 metres of a school zone. Channel 7 reported school zone pedestrian fatalities are up 58% on the same period last year. Vehicle drop-offs and pick-up queues on the north side of Kegworth Street has to exit onto Tebbit Street as it is unsafe to do a U-turn. My neighbour, a childcare worker in late 21, witnessed and rendered first aid assistance to Valentina Gloria, who was killed on Marion Street by a passing truck. A month later, on Tebbit Street, one of our InnerWest council workers was pinned between a council vehicle and a taxi. He had crushed, broken legs and other injuries. We residents swung into action, including keeping moving traffic safely around the accident so as to mitigate further accidents. We've also swung into action for other accidents since. The Procurement Cardno 2013-17 traffic study only features AM traffic only AM peak hour traffic, no peak hour traffic. Noting ARAP's review identifies deficiencies. AM peak hour traffic for Parramatta Road, Old Canterbury Road, Tebbutt Street was a fail. So was Parramatta Road, Flood Street and West Street. This traffic is only going to intensify with more new developments. In fact, 2017 to 21 accident data and its severity show that we were significantly more accidents along Tebbutt Street than Norton. The per cuts allow decoupling of car spaces can be sold outside the area. This will also bring more congestion, traffic into the LGA. It's important to educate outside of our community, especially with tertiary roads such as Tebbutt and Hatham. We had another fatality in Norton Street last month. This is distressing. Sorry, can I just finish 2 sentences?
Please do.
Thank you. This is distressing to all, including first responders. Our neighbours, one of our neighbours is a paramedic. My pastor is a police chaplain. If we can reduce accidents, then it's worth reducing the speed. We have to do something, especially as more dwellings, more vehicles are coming. Thank you, and thank you for the extra time.
You're welcome. Last speaker is Neil Tonkin of Lilyfield.
Good evening, councillors. I speak on behalf of the InnerWest Bicycle Coalition. The principle of reducing the speed limit on local streets to 40 is to be applauded. It's a step in the right direction, and in conjunction with separated cycleways could lead to a greater take-up of cycling and walking in the inner west. Road safety studies consistently show that fatality and injury rates decrease with every 10k reduction in speed of motor vehicle crashes with pedestrians and cyclists. A 30k speed appears to be the sweet spot where survival is greatest versus the minor disruption from speed reduction. Many developed countries have already successfully introduced 30k zones in local streets, and there is pressure from progressive groups such as Better Streets and Bicycle New South Wales to introduce those limits here. However, given our present local societal perceptions about speed and urban travel times, the introduction of a 40k limit is only an achievable first step. The impact on motor travel times is actually shown to be negligible. These principles are all mentioned in the study, but a quick look at the finer points reveals that the study lacks finesse and courage to address the detail required to support council's efforts to protect and encourage people who wish to cycle. Let me explain our reasons for concern. The study does not take into account many of the key cycle routes mentioned in the June 23 adopted cycling strategy and action plan. Figure 6.1 shows the proposed speed changes need substantial revision to work with this strategy. In fact, it doesn't work. The study mentions in it says the 2022 draft cycling strategy, I don't know why, because we're going to deal with the real one now. Network expansion routes, that's what it says, okay? But it does not include some of these routes in the proposed 40k changes. An example in my area is Darling Street and Balmain Road from Victoria Road to Orange Grove School. This route is still on the June 2023 adopted cycling strategy. It is designated as a regional road. That's the problem. But it is unlikely to have parking removed due to, well, a predictable outcry at such loss. It is a busy shopping precinct, just crying out for a reduction from 50 k's an hour to 40. You try walking and even cycling through there. It is vastly different to the northern section of Darling Street where the limit is 40 k's an hour. Isn't this study supposed to standardise speed zones with those on the 40k Balmain Peninsula? Similar issues arise with Norton Street North, Marion Street, Leichhardt and Booth Street, West Vandale Street. All are busy shopping precincts and designated cycle routes. But why no 40 designations here? In many cases, cycling safety cannot be improved because there's no room for cycling separation. A reduction to 40 and preferably 30 is the only option if we are to encourage people to cycle in their otherwise attractive, close-settled communities. The study does not recommend a 40k speed limit on Lilyfield Road, yet Transport for New South Wales has declared it a strategic corridor, strategic cycleway corridor. So the study's out of date. Anyway, I'd just like to say that we're asking Council to defer displaying the study until it's revised in light of its deficiencies, not only for cycling, but also for the many pedestrians, including children and elder citizens, that currently have to put up with this dangerous, fast-moving traffic driving through the municipality. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Next item is item 29, Trans Day of Remembrance, and the first speaker is Yasmin Andrews of Leichhardt.
Hi. In the last week, I've had to pull down 10 transphobic and otherwise bigoted stickers in my neighbourhood of Leichhardt. This public posting comes across as a notice that there are people in my area who wish harm against myself and my loved ones. My sense of safety won't be restored by seeing police patrolling the neighbourhood, but rather in knowing that the council will listen to and act on the demands of queer people. It is simply not enough to fly our flags and host community events when our lives and our rights are insecure in the present day. It is shameful to fly queer flags and then send police to patrol our streets. It is hypocritical to amplify queer voices and then back down in opposing conversion therapy, a practice that only exists to silence and eradicate trans and gender nonconforming voices. It is not acceptable to support our community to the extent you are comfortable. You must support it to the extent we demand. The people are behind these demands. Unions are beginning to endorse this rally. The NTEU has nationally and unanimously endorsed. The Westmead Nurses and Midwives Association has endorsed. Community Legal Centres Australia has endorsed, as well as the Inner City Legal Centre. It is not enough to virtue signal. You must act to secure the material conditions and rights that will meaningfully keep the queer community safe. The Council and its service to the people who make up the InnerWest should support the demands of this motion in full and endorse the Trans Day of Resistance rally.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Honey Christensen of Lewisham.
Hello, thank you very much. I do want to reiterate what Yaz has just asked the council to do, which is endorse this rally, and I want to speak a little bit more to the demands. So the demand to keep queer kids safe at school is extremely important. I myself was a child who knew they were queer at school and experienced the extremely traumatizing school life that involved teachers who were uneducated and ill-equipped to deal with queerness in school, to deal with homophobia and transphobia as it arose. And we know through anecdotal evidence, but also through studies, that queer children who feel supported at school grow on to be happy, confident adults. And this is as simple as having holistic sex education, but also resources so that children can learn about transitioning and start that process when it will make sense for them in conjunction with the people who love and care about them. I also want to speak to sex workers, another extremely vulnerable group who a lot of whom are trans and queer. And we demand in this rally that discrimination is not applied to them. We ask that they be included in the Anti-Discrimination Act and acknowledge that sex work is it is labour, it is real work, and protection for that must be protection as though it were any other work, with increased emphasis on the fact that police do not protect sex workers, and the at least partial decriminalisation of sex work in New South Wales came about because workers acknowledge the fact that the police do not protect them, and that was recognised as well. The importance of Trans Day of Resistance is incredible in this community, where activism, our rights and safety have been won on the streets and not in Parliament. It's the community calling for justice for victims of transphobia and to work for our future liberation. This is extremely important in the wake of far-right attacks on queer and trans activists and just trans people in general, particularly an egregious one that occurred in March of this year. And this was during the time where everyone was excited from Mardi Gras, and even during the promotion of World Pride, which is extremely shameful. So I suppose what I want to say to the council is that it's insufficient to put up flags and simply remember ad nauseum, as councils have done in the past. We need you to stand with us in our fight, and we need you to endorse this National Day of Action for Trans Day of Resistance. And that means that means endorsing these demands for the Sydney rally. Thank you very much.
Next we have Dr. Jess Hooley of Newtown.
I speak to you as a member of the Labor Party and the First Mardi Gras. We transgender and non-binary people seek your support as an elected body for recognition of our commemorations, for our struggles to live as dignified, respected individuals seeking gainful employment and social and legal recognition in the genders to which we feel we belong. We survive despite our continued exclusion, discrimination, high levels of unemployment and high suicide rates. Many young transgender women, men and non-binary people live here in the Inner West for community and safety. What does transgender mean? My PhD thesis and numerous studies show that a person's sense of their gender, their sense of their body, can contradict their assigned sex. That across time and many global cultures, sexual dimorphism is not inevitable. That similar people have lived on the margins of many societies as we do. Not all were treated well. Since feminist Simone de Beauvoir said that one is not born a woman but becomes one, feminists have shown that gender, as masculinity and femininity, is constituted through social processes and institutions. But it is personally intransigent. We are stuck with it. Why do we need your support? Because right-wing and authoritarian governments in Trump's America, Morrison's old Australia, and now Rishi Sunak's in the UK spread disinformation, use us as scapegoats and distractions in societies grown more unequal, to generate a climate of fear and intimidation, claiming we threaten the safety of children and violate women's rights. Please support our struggles for equality and recognition as human beings who are a bit different. Stand against these tactics by fascists and fundamentalists, their ignorance, their contempt for difference. Support our commemorations, our demonstrations against killings, against violence, violence akin to homophobic violence, which is also about policing gender boundaries as much as sexual activity. Support our striving for full citizenship, bodily autonomy and freedom from gender oppression. And please understand that these young transgender people within my community deal courageously with stigma, shame, violence, verballing, trauma, poverty and poor mental health. As a 78er who was an invited speaker educating graduating police at Goulburn Police Academy, my words are very well received. So I am hopeful that of better community relations and interactions with police. I ask you, make their lives better. Support this motion, even if it is necessary to amend or excise the part concerning cops out of community. Thank you for your generous attention. I ask the Labor people on this council to stand up for us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Hooley. Item 33, Notice of Motion Proposed Quong Tart Plaza. Francis Lee.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to speak on the subject of the Quong Tart Plaza. When I was first asked to consider this idea, I had a neutral position. It is just a name, isn't it? And I thought, well, why the hurry, why the emphasis on such a name? I have since further looked into the history of this person, Quong Tart, and I was amazed at the life of this man and amazed at how much connection he has with this land and with Australia as a nation. Quong Tart was a successful migrant. He came to Australia from China in the 1850s at the age of 9 and was adopted into a Simpsons family. He founded a football team and was captain of a cricket team. And that's also the traits of a young and zealous, hot-blooded Australian. He also married a girl from England and had plenty of children, which was quite a Chinese thing to do. And he imported tea from China and became very successful. By all records, Quong was kind and generous to his workers. He was charitable to the sick and the needy, and he gave full support to the campaign of women's suffrage, which was headed by a woman called Louisa Lawson, who was the mother of Australia's famous poet Henry Lawson. Quong was a man who transcends racial, cultural, and sexual boundaries. He was a man ahead of his time and was a person Australia is proud to accept as a son, even though he could have picked up by more decent names such as George or Francis. George Tart Plaza, I would have accepted that as well. Unfortunately, Quong died at a relatively young age of 53 after being attacked by a robber in his home in Ashfield. So in Ashfield, Quong spirit lives on with us. His legacy becomes a part of Australia's history as a migrant nation, and he makes all of us proud. Hence, I put it to you. I'm happy to call it Quong Plaza.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lee. Item 34, mitigating. Scusi? No. Item 34, mitigating the impact of Bankstown train line closures. The first speaker is Diane Ferguson of Tempe.
Excuse me, Mayor. Yeah, I've had an apology from Diane. She's not feeling well, so she's not speaking, and also just correcting in the notes that she was speaking for rather than against. Thank you.
Thank you. The second speaker for that item is former Councillor Colin Hesse.
Thanks, Councillor Byrne. I appreciate the call and other rules. Look, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Langford for bringing this motion to the meeting. We, as councillors would recall, there's obviously been a lot of problems with Transport for New South Wales under the previous government, and I'm sure that while we have a very capable new minister and local member in the chair, that she would appreciate the advice and the contact that Councillor Langford and others have with the community around issues with the shutdown, which is coming in the middle of next year. And I think we have to really concentrate on the reality that Transport for New South Wales has not delivered in a timely or indeed on budget way. And they've, we think about the delays to the light rail in particular. So with that said, I think the issues that Councillor Langford has there really raise the concerns of the community and how the shutdown is managed, particularly for those residents in Tempe, and I'm sorry the previous speaker is unwell, and South Marrickville where I live. A lot of people won't avail themselves of the bus because of the time delay. They'll simply walk to Tempe station or try and drive. Obviously parking is at a premium. I know a lot of Tempe residents are concerned about that. So I think this is the kind of advice we need to give to council staff when they're negotiating or discussing these matters with the Department of Transport for New South Wales. And I think that advice from councillors, or from the community via councillors to the council staff and then to Transport for New South Wales really gives our best hope for improving the outcomes in this difficult period for residents on the Bankstown line and indeed residents around Sydenham and Tempe railway stations. It's a really big problem, and so I really encourage you to take on board what Councillor Langford's given to you tonight and to ensure that that advice is passed on not just to the Minister, of course, but to council staff in those discussions with Transport for New South Wales. But to go empty-handed to Transport for New South Wales at this vital time, I think would be to potentially let down our community quite badly. So, and I'm sure you're all on board with making sure this is as painless as possible and working as constructively as possible with the Minister for Transport and our local member to make sure this happens. I'll stop talking so you can all get on with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hess. Item 41, lease of Gladstone Park Bowling Club. James Heeks.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, councillors. I'm here to speak to item 41, which I'm sure you'll be absolutely enthusiastic to get to because it means there's one more item on the agenda before you can go home. Gladstone Park Bowling Club turned 125 years this year, and we celebrated it with a couple of the councillors coming to visit us for our birthday. We're pretty excited as a club to reach this stage with the team at council and spending quite a bit of time working together on this lease. It's taken a bit of time, but it's also been very, very valuable for the club to dig deep to understand what we can do to give back to the community. Our ability to give to the community as a club is one of those things that's very, very important to the InnerWest. Clubs are disappearing in Sydney as fast as we can keep our attention on the media. And I've just been advised that 2 more bowling clubs are about to go, not in the InnerWest, but closer to the CBD than us. The journey that we've gone on, I'm sure Scott can talk to that, and in his notes probably mentions what we've done to work with council. And I'm very, very sincerely indebted to the support from him and the other teams there. I'm also very indebted to our local councillors who have spent the time to come past and have a conversation with me and engage to understand what our needs are as a club and what we as a club can give back to the community. And I think that that's the most important thing, that our members are excited about signing what will be our 7th lease with council in 125 years, is that we can continue giving back to the community that supported us for the last 125 years. It also gives us that security to be able to have conversations with government about potential grants and so that we can do more for the community and provide the opportunity. Last year we had 5,500 people visit our club, and we're pretty excited to see more people come and visit us this Christmas, next Christmas, and the 19 years that will follow in this particular lease. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great evening.
Thanks very much, Mr. Heeks. Okay, well, that concludes the public gallery. We're going to move on with the business of the meeting. You're very welcome to stay, but the proceedings are also broadcast live on YouTube, so if you need to go, you can head home and follow the debate on your item. We can't guarantee that the items will be dealt with in sequential order on the agenda. Sometimes things get moved around a little bit. So please feel welcome to grab a cup of tea if you are staying. And we will move on to, there being no condolence motions, we'll move on to the mayoral minutes, of which there are 3 that have been tabled tonight. And the first is in regards to food recycling. This week, Council's new food recycling service to freestanding homes has commenced. Sorry, Councillor De Cruz has a point of order.
This side of the room don't appear to have the document.
Can I ask the council officers what's happening? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Griffiths.
I would like to indicate that I have a motion without notice, which I would like to move under 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Would you like me to deal with that now, or...?
No, at the conclusion of the business as is allowed for under the Code of Meeting Practice.
Thank you.
I believe that copies of the mayoral minutes are now being issued to all councillors. Is there anyone over here who's missed out on them as well? I'll just wait. Let me know when everybody's got them. Okay, the first mayoral minute is in regards to food recycling. This week, Council's new food recycling service to freestanding homes has commenced. It is important that the initial rollout of the new service includes Council providing clear information and all the practical assistance needed to help residents to take ownership of the service and make it a success. On that basis, I recommend, one, that Council waive fees associated with upsizing a red lid garbage bin for 2023-2024 and review fees for future years after the rollout of the service. Two, that Council ensure that information about the availability of the free larger 240 litre red lid bin is communicated to all residents who contact Council to express concern about how they will manage with the fortnightly red lid bin collection. Three, that Council make additional stock of FOGO food recycling caddies, compostable bin liners and printed waste calendars available at all libraries, customer service centres, customer service stalls, festivals and other locations as a matter of priority. Four, that Council make hard copies of the frequently asked questions document prominently available at libraries, customer service centres, customer service stalls, festivals and other locations as a matter of priority. Five, that Council in the next week write to residents or distribute material to every household. Might just need to correct some wording there, and rather than or. Material to every household outlining the specific assistance Council is providing to help residents through the transition to FOGO food recycling services. Six, that Council contact local supermarkets asking them to stock additional compostable bags that are accredited for use in FOGO and encouraging them to be prominently displayed. And seven, that Council double expenditure on the promotion of social media assets related to FOGO budgeted for the next month, funded through the Domestic Waste Fund. I'll move that way. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Howard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership over the past year in particular to bring food recycling to freestanding homes across the InnerWest. Introducing food recycling to every home will be one of the most significant things that we do on this term of council. It will bring significant environmental and economic benefits and cement the InnerWest community's leadership on making practical, significant change that benefits our local environment. I'll speak more to the FOGO update later on our agenda. However, just wanted to note that I think that each of the measures outlined here in the mayoral minute are consistent utterly with the practical measures that we have as a council unanimously supported to put in place to support residents as we transition to this new service. These are simple, practical measures that will help us improve our communications and operations and logistics around food recycling, and they have a clear and measurable benefit to local residents. I welcome the measures and again thank the Mayor for his work to make FOGO food recycling work for households across the InnerWest.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Further discussion? Councillor Shetty?
I just had a question through the chair to council officers. What is the current expenditure on the promotion of social media assets so that we understand what the doubling of it would
I'll put that question to the officers.
It's in the order of hundreds to small thousands. It's not a big budget. I haven't got the tally of where we're up to, but the boosting's $500 here and $500 there we've done on our major posts. So I see it in the small thousands.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor De Cruz?
Mr Mayor?
I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Stamoulis. Councillor De Cruz?
I would have liked a little bit of time to consider this motion, but let's start. I think we do need to review our fees on the red bin in future years, and if residents are satisfied with the upsizing of the red garbage bin, I think that's okay. I think most residents are concerned that the fortnightly collection will end up with smelly nappies in their bins. So in fact, they would actually like a weekly, and maybe we could actually also look perhaps in that review to actually providing a recycling service for nappies. And I will also comment that Sarah actually started a project in December, rather late, to look at recycling of nappies. So, in fact, I think we actually need to understand what's going into the red garbage bin if we're going to tackle waste. So, I welcome the review. I thought we had already passed that red lid garbage bin, the fee, well, it's actually not waive fees. So I'm concerned about in point 2, you're talking about the free larger 240 litre and waive fees. You're actually just talking about charging the 120 litre bin fee for a 240 litre bin in the 2 years running. So that's on point 1 and 2. Can we just adjust those 2 points, the free and the waive fees? And I think a review would be suitable in future years. The compostables and everything else is fine. The waste calendars, there's a slight problem because they should be printed, available to be printed at various facilities, but they are actually customised to each address, so you can't actually have a generic waste calendars available at locations. Council make priority. Sure, we should have the FAQs, and I mean, I actually think it is a bit disappointing that we've moved to all online information, and I do welcome having some printed material distributed and handed out. So that's a good one. The council next week a council in the next week to residents and distribute to every household outlining specific assistance is providing help to residents to the transition to FOGO. I mean, as I understand it, we're recipients of...
Councillor De Cruz, your time has expired.
Well, the question is, what is the grant we received from the EPA for the rollout of FOGO? It's nearly $1 million, and there must be money in that, and surely we had a plan to do the rollout. It's a question about how much money is left on that $900,000 grant.
Okay, I'll take that as a question. Councillor De Cruz has concluded her remarks.
No, I've got another 3 questions.
Well, I said you concluded your contribution to the debate. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to tell. I'll put that question to the council officers.
How much is left? I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I'll put that question another way. Is what we're talking about here, is that not part of the FOGO rollout, and so shouldn't it be covered in the grant, or are they reported as exceeding the grant in the FOGO rollout?
Can I seek clarity about what the question is, Councillor De Cruz?
The issue is that we have received a grant for the FOGO rollout, and so I don't understand what point 5 is. Is that to come out of the grant, or is that to extend work for the grant money, or is that new money you're going to give to that?
Put that question to the officers.
It'll be funded by the program. I think that all of the things that are listed in here can easily be done as part of our approach with the customer service side of things and improving information to residents. So.
Okay, and with point 6, can we change it to local businesses rather than just specific supermarkets? I assume you mean Aldi, Coles, Woolworths.
Happy to substitute supermarkets with businesses.
Okay.
I think it's a matter of...
Yep. I will also point out that if you haven't...
sorry, Councillor De Cruz, that's 3 questions that you've asked and your remarks have concluded. Councillor Lockie. Councillor Stamoulis, then Councillor Lockie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there has been a lot of concern about the red bins, and I know Council is doing its best to ensure that's implemented in a safe way and for our residents. But my first question is, will there be any assessment and reporting back to councillors about how the red bins are working? And is council in a position to say whether it would reconsider a weekly collection if it's not satisfactory? That's my first question to the relevant officer. Thank you.
Put that question to the officers. They're 2 questions.
The answer to the first question is, and it probably covers the second one, we're reporting back monthly on our progress with the FOGO rollout. And in relation to the collection of the red litter bin, all the literature, all the studies says the best way to get recovery out of it is a fortnightly collection of a 120 litre bin, which is what we've done with all of the evidence to get the most resource recovery out, reduce the amount of waste to landfill. So that's why we've done that. But all councillors will be reporting this every month as a resolution, so you'll get updates and progress every month to council.
Any further questions, councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a further question. Councillors are aware that, and we've received emails about bin collection timetables, and I noticed Councillor De Cruz also addressed that issue because these are very specific things.
Sorry, Councillor Stanlis, just for clarity, is this, you'd concluded your remarks and begun asking questions. You've asked two. Did you have a third question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Please, could you please proceed with the question?
Yes, so it was about the bin timetables. So what's our intent on advising residents, because this is an area where many residents are having questions about which bins to put out, what the timetable is. So does this Mayoral Minute address that in the specific sense for residents who live in various areas across the council area? Thank you.
Is that a question to me, councillor?
Anyone who would like to answer it, Mr. Mayor?
Well, no one else could answer a question about my Mayoral Minute, so did you want to pose that to me or to the officers?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, please take the question.
Okay, thank you. Councillors will be aware that the advice we've received from officers is to direct residents to the online calendar of collections, which has been thoroughly tested and I understand had 36,000 hits over the last week. So there's certainly a lot of interest in it and it seems to be working well. Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, and just on that, it has been good to see the social media promotion of the waste calendar. I myself was, found out that my bin collection schedules have changed, which I was pleased to have checked that the system works and it's all good. So yeah, definitely be great to see more of that being promoted assuming this Mayoral Minute passes. Mayor, a question for you, just on point 2 of your motion, just based on what Councillor De Cruz has picked up. You've got reference there still to there being the free larger 240 litre bin, which I assume is not your intent for that bin to be completely free.
Can I ask the minute takers to scroll up so that the motion is visible, please? Thank you for that. Sorry, Councillor Lockie, do you want to ask me the question again now that the motion's before us?
Yep, now that you can read it.
Yeah.
Just where you've got the reference there to the availability of the free larger 240 litre bin, my assumption is that you're not asking council officers to make the large bin available free of charge. It's just that additional fee that would normally be applicable to a larger service. Is that correct?
I'm afraid I'm getting a bit lost in the semantics. What I'm trying to communicate is that anyone who wants to request a larger red bin can do so without a charge.
But they would still have to pay a normal service fee, but just not a higher service fee for having a larger bin. Is that correct?
I would have thought that's a statement of the obvious.
Well, can I ask if you don't mind, if you just remove those words, because it will. I think there's enough confusion out there in the public as is, and so if people are thinking the large bin will be available free and then they still get charged at a normal rate, I think it will just.
If you remove the words free, then they might believe that they're going to be charged when they're not going to be charged for getting the bin.
But I believe your first point should cover that, because you're asking council not to charge a fee for upsizing.
I understand the point you're making. I believe the language is clear and I don't wish to amend the motion. Any further discussion? If not, no need for me to make a right of reply. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried with Councillor De Cruz against. We'll move on to the next Mayoral Minute, which is in regards to Referendum Day. Thousands of InnerWest citizens have advocated for yes in the referendum on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander constitutional recognition. And regardless of the result, Referendum Day will be a significant and emotional time for many thousands of our citizens. It is important that our community is able to come together as a collective while the votes are being counted and the result is being determined in order to support each other. And of course, that's most important of all in regards to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living here in the Inner West. So I propose that the Inner West Council hold a referendum night event at West Ashfield Leagues Club, making use of the auditorium there. The likely cost of food and beverages for the evening will be approximately $5,000, funding for which is to be identified in the next quarterly review. I'll move that way. Is there any discussion? Councillor Atkins?
Can I please just ask a question? Is it intended that this forum is open to all event is open to all Inner West residents?
Yes. Councillor Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for bringing this motion. I really agree that the referendum day will be a significant emotional time for many in our community and, particularly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community. And I just wanted to take this time to ask a few questions about what support we're offering to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff. So a question to the officers is if we could just get a brief update on what support we're giving to staff post the referendum result. Just an update on that. Thanks.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. This is something we've been anticipating regardless of the result on Saturday. Auntie Deb Lennis and other Aboriginal staff have been reaching out and talking to each other just in terms of peer support informally. We've also been promoting for quite some time through People and Culture the yarn line, which people might have heard about recently. It's a specific Aboriginal lifeline. It's manned, personed by and providing advice from and to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples.
Thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths? Any further discussion? If not, I'll put that.
Yep. I'm wondering if the council would consider providing a day off to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff for the Monday after the referendum. I just want to float that idea.
I
don't want to propose it unless there's actually support in the room.
I don't wish to incorporate it into the mayoral minute, notwithstanding the good intention of the proposal. Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The last mayoral minute is in relation to Bairro Português. Last week I met with the council's events team and representatives of the Portuguese community to discuss the preparations for next year's Bairro Português Festival, as well as the ongoing strengthening of the friendship agreement between InnerWest Council and the Portuguese government. Council officers advised the representatives of their recommendation that the festival be moved to a nighttime event to enable safe participation by the whole community at what is typically a very hot time of year. In addition, the Portuguese community representatives made further requests for collaboration with Council regarding the Little Portugal precinct. So I recommend that Council 1 hold the 2024 Bairro. Could I just ask that the spelling of that be corrected? Thank you. That's my error. Bairro Portuguese Festival as an evening event. That Council collaborate with representatives of the Portuguese community and local businesses in Petersham to arrange Portuguese-themed Christmas decorations in 2023 to be funded from existing Main Street improvement budgets. And that, thirdly, that Council convene a meeting with the Portuguese community representatives to consult them on the location and design of the signage and artwork being developed for the Little Portugal precinct. I'll move that way. Is there any discussion?
Just a question.
Yes,
Mayor?
Councillor Atkins.
Can I just ask you about the council representatives advised the community representatives of the proposal that it be a nighttime event? Did they have a view?
That they were supportive. Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the substantive agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
have a number of items to move en bloc, please.
Thank you, Councillor Scott.
They are listed there, although I would ask the minute takers to add item 30, which is Notice of Motion Council Services, and item 32, Marrickville District Lawn Tennis Club, please. And I'll also seek a procedural motion to defer one item, which is item 5. So if we could manage that after this one, please.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Scott is moving that we suspend standing orders to bring forward and vote in support of the following recommendations en bloc. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yep. Seconded by Councillor Stevens. So I'm just going to go through, as we always do, each one, and as you're all aware, if any councillor wishes to have a matter taken back out and debated, then that is their right. So please sing out if you object to any individual item. Item 1, privacy data breaches and access to information policies. Item 4, public exhibition draft complaints handling policy. Item 11, post-exhibition Darryl Jackson Gardens Park Plan of Management. Item 13, Yo Park Rotunda Conservation Management Plan. Item 15, draft site-specific Leichhardt Development Control Plan, 122 to 130 Piermont Bridge Road and 206 Parramatta Road. Item 19, annual disclosures of interest. Item 24, customer service and development assessments will be taken out. Item 25, development assessment information sessions. Item 30, notice of motion council services. Item 32, notice of motion Marrickville District Lawn Tennis Club. And item 41, Petersham Park lease of cafe.
Sorry, Mayor, may I just clarify the item number of the Petersham Park lease of cafe, which is just listed as item 40 on our...
Yeah, my apologies. I work off the electronic papers, which had a numbering error this time around, and I did flag that they'd all be one out. So I think it's also worth clarifying around item 23 and 24, which one Councillor De Cruz wishes to speak to, if it's customer service in development applications or the development application information sessions. Okay. Okay.
So is what's on the screen an accurate reflection now?
No, that's item 24.
Well, who would like to correct what's on the screen?
Sorry, I want to speak. That's the one I want to take out.
Development assessment.
Can
That's
stay.
24.
That's correct.
All good? Okay, no problem.
Petersham Park is 40.
Yeah.
Are there any further corrections to what's on the screen? No, the officer's comfortable with that? Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Are you against that, Councillor Stamoulis, or just a little bit late? You're in support?
Yeah, a little bit late, I'm in support. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. That's carried unanimously.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that we bring forward item 5 and defer it.
Okay, Councillor Scott is moving a further procedural motion to further suspend standing orders, to bring forward item 5 and for deferral. Is there any further wording to that? Did you want to specify how long it would be deferred for or what it would be deferred for?
To the November meeting. Thank you. Item 5, the draft media policy.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Is there any objection? No, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I wouldn't have the slightest clue which item we're up to now. Item 2.
I'm going to punt it's item 2, and I'd like to move the recommendation with an amendment which should appear before us presently.
Ask the minute takers to please display the wording that Councillor Drury is referring to on the screen. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Drury?
Simply to say I get the point of this exercise in terms of cleaning up and modernising our policies, which I support. I'm also just a little bit interested in how we are going, particularly in relation to procurement, in achieving those social, ethical and local objectives. So I'm wondering if we could get a progress and an update in terms of how we're going whilst we're going through the process of cleaning up the policy.
Is that a request for... That's a request for a verbal outline, or was it a specific question?
No, I've asked for a report for the November meeting on how we are meeting our resolve targets.
I've got that, but you weren't asking a question through the chair now.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded, Councillor Scott. Sorry about that. I haven't forgotten you.
Got my name.
You wish to speak to it?
No, thank you. I'm happy we'll get that report.
Okay. Is there any debate? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, may I move the...
Councillor Drury.
May I move the draft annual financial statements for last year?
Hold on. Just hold on, please. Sorry, Councillor Drury. Can I ask everyone just to take their seats? I'm just trying to concentrate on making sure that the meeting's being carried out correctly, and I want to listen to Councillor Drury and the other councillors when they're speaking. Councillor Drury, sorry, I missed that. Do you want to speak again?
Yes, I would like to move the recommendation that we endorse the financial statements to be placed on public exhibition. And at this point, happy to sit down if there are guests who wish to add anything to that and then speak after them.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Scott. Is everybody okay if we now hear from David Daniels from the Audit Office before we debate the motion?
May I make a brief comment before the Audit Office?
You can.
Okay. Just to say that these financial statements were considered at the ARIC meeting, which was held last week. We were grateful for the clear statement. Councillor Atkins and I had our comments and questions answered, and I'd like to thank the staff for the effort that they've gone to prepare those statements and for the clear audit opinion. And if Councillor Atkins wishes to say something, I'd invite her to do so.
Thank you very much, but no thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daniels?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm pleased to inform Council that we're planning to issue unmodified opinions on Council's general purpose financial statements for 2022-23 and permissible income schedule for general rates for 23-24. The audit went smoothly this year, with Council especially benefiting from stability in the finance area. I'm pleased to report that the audit team received good cooperation from management, which enabled the completion of the audit about 6 weeks earlier than last year. As usual, the revaluation of Council's infrastructure, property, plant and equipment assets was a significant area of focus. The financial statements include 332 million in revaluation increments and WIP additions of 68 million, which brought Council's total infrastructure, property, plant and equipment to 2.8 billion at 30 June 2023. The revaluation reflected comprehensive revaluation of buildings and operational land and fair value assessments of other asset classes. The general purpose accounts include 6 key performance measures required by the Office of Local Government, which we audit as part of our engagement. Council met 4 of the 6 performance measures in 2023, the same as in 2022. The 2 ratios which Council did not meet were the operating performance ratio and the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage. Management's financial statements paper has further details on the ratios and the underlying reason for those. In closing, I'd like to extend my thanks to the finance team for the assistance provided during the year. We very much appreciated management's responsiveness and assistance in conducting the engagement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Mr. Daniels. Are there any questions? Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, I read through your report and there was the section about the IT systems, and it didn't conclude in that section with the same things that it was a clean bill of health. It just said it noted that. Can you say anything about that? Oops.
Yes.
That question to Mr. Daniels.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I can confirm that no significant issues were noted from our IT testing.
Thank you for that.
And I've got a further question, if I may.
Yep.
So, in your audits, do you generally check on the processes around, say, for example, delegations for financial delegations and those kind of things?
I'll put that question to Mr. Daniels.
Yes, as part of our testing, we do look at whether expenditure has been approved by appropriately delegated officers. And yeah, we didn't notice or note any instances where expenditure was outside of delegation.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? If not, thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Drury to speak to the primary motion.
So I would firstly like to thank the Audit Office once again for the work that you've done with our staff to provide us with this report. It'll come as no surprise that we welcome the outcome and welcome what is said about our finances. I'd also particularly like to thank the executive and our finance staff for the work that they have done with the Audit Office to get them the information in a timely and efficient way. I'm very pleased that that is what happened this year. I'd particularly like to highlight Chris Silliman, who I know has been working really hard on this and deserves congratulations for the work done. And I welcome the consideration of our audit committee here. So what we have is an audit report which shows we have over $3 billion of assets which we're managing fairly well. That's not an audited part, but that's an attachment to this report. What it also shows is that we have a deficit, a slight deficit, which is explained in terms of the additional expenditure that we've made in terms of maintenance of buildings, the capital expenditure being classified as operational, so just cleaning up those accounts, and a higher than budgeted losses on assets after re-evaluations. This is a pleasing report. It shows that we are financially responsible, that we are looking after the assets and income from our community, and I commend this to all.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Drury. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion. Councillor Stamoulis? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it was useful for us that the auditor did highlight those two performance ratios that I think need greater explanation. That is, our operating performance has been negative for the second year in a row, and our debts outstanding. We'll just get the name of that ratio again. Rates and annual charges outstanding percentage is sitting at the highest level probably in some years at 8.57%. So my first question to either the auditor or the relevant officer is what's our projection for the operating performance ratio for the next 2 to 3 years out?
Who was the question to, Councillor?
To our Director of Finance, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll put that question to the Director.
So operating performance at the moment with the long-term financial plan, we have deficits this financial year and next financial year. However, we're going through a September quarterly review, and that may be adjusted in the next month to show an improvement on that ratio. In regards to the debt service cover ratio, so we're a bit delayed last financial year. We started doing debt recovery for an agency at the end of the financial year. So we're going through steps in the current financial year to reduce that ratio so that it's in line with the OLG benchmark.
Councillor Stamos?
Yeah, thank you. The further question is that in terms of the rates and charges, annual charges, is that a higher level because of COVID? Because that would certainly explain that scenario of currently nearly $16 million being in arrears. So I'd expect that's COVID related.
I'll put that question to the officer.
Through you, Mayor. That's correct. So the last couple of financial years, we haven't completed debt recovery on rates and annual charges as the COVID-19 impact. So the start of last financial year was the first year that we were going to engage with that. There was a delay in engaging with the debt recovery services, so that predominantly is the debt recovery that we haven't recovered previously, and that's the reason why it's at that level at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply, and that being unnecessary, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 6, social media policy for councillors.
Mr Mayor, I move as recommended.
Councillor Stevens, do you wish to speak to it?
Just briefly, as councillors will be aware, this policy updates council's previous policy which had been in place since 2018. The policy was adjusted to recognise that councillors as elected representatives are responsible for the administration and moderation of their use of social media, to reference the emergence of new social media platforms and to address the reality of the social media environment in 2023. In particular, the policy now provides maximum flexibility to councillors to block users and remove comments at our discretion, having regard to the importance of respectful democratic discussion and debate. In light of the feedback received during the public exhibition of this policy, there are no reasons, in my view, for any further adjustment to the policy, and I move that it be adopted as is.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it? No? Is there any debate? If not, I'll put that. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to raise, well, first, thank you to Councillor Stevens for reforming the policy considerably, and we've workshopped this to and fro a fair bit, and I think it's come a long way to where it was, which I was, well, for lack of a better word, I was quite hostile towards the previous policy proposal. Unfortunately, this proposal still doesn't, it wouldn't get my endorsement. I don't think there really should be a policy governing councillors on social media. I think we all should be able to act in a way that meets public expectations, and we shouldn't need to codify that in this way. And we already have the code of conduct, which we can be ruled in on. I did want to raise substantially, though, when we last discussed this, and it's in the background on the agenda, we decided to remove the provisions which relates to emergencies, but that's still in the policy which features in this agenda. So we decided to remove that provision, but it still seems to be in there. So point 9, and maybe that was a numbering mistake, but if officers could just comment on that, that'd be great.
Put that question to the officers.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm going to have to take that on notice. I'll just tell him.
General Manager's taking that on notice. Councillor De Cruz.
I've actually asked the council officers not to put my Instagram and my Twitter and on a link on the council website. These are used for my business. They are personal and they have nothing. They are obviously public and the council uses them. So I think to have any kind of policy which restricts what councillors can use and their blogs, etc., is actually quite ludicrous. And I guess the question, and so I will have to take that up and ask the officers to again remove it, because I have no intention of having any of those social media things which I use on my own computer systems, not on council facilities, listed on the council website. And I prefer, in fact, I would prefer the community contact me through my email official channels to council. So thank you for that. That's an amendment. A question I've got for Councillor Stevens is...
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, what's an amendment?
It's not an amendment. I'm just letting the officers know that I'll contact them offline to update my website.
You said that's an amendment.
No, I'll be voting against this. So I'm just asking Councillor Stevens to clarify how he thinks this is going to be policed or enforced.
I'm not sure I'm equipped to deal with that, Councillor De Cruz, but it would be dealt with in the same way as any other council policy is addressed.
I'm not sure that Councillor Stevens is in a position to answer questions about how the policy would be policed, given that that would be a responsibility of council officers or other agencies, not of councillors themselves. So, did you want to pose that as a question to the officers?
I'm afraid the council officers cannot enforce a policy on the councillors.
Okay. Take that as a statement. Any further discussion? Councillor Lockie?
Only just to note very briefly that I completely understand where Councillor Griffiths is coming from, and there are certainly councils that don't have a social media policy that applies to councillors. I'm happy to support tonight because this policy, we already have one here at InnerWest, and this policy is very closely in line with that, with just the updates that Councillor Stevens has outlined before. So we are already in a situation where we have a social media policy which includes a lot of these elements. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? There's
Yes.
no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor
Yes,
Stevens. Councillor Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo the comments of Councillor Councillor Griffiths. I feel that this policy is overreach, and I don't think it's necessary, and I am concerned that it will shut down discussion and debate in various ways. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens?
Just very briefly to reassure councillors that this gives us an awful lot of flexibility and is much more flexible than the Office of Local Government model policy that we were presented with. So I think we've walked a pretty good line here, a pretty balanced approach in between what they were recommending and what we had from 2018. We've updated it a bit. I think it'll work fine.
Thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Sorry, I'm just going to recommit that, my mistake. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have 9 councillors, including Councillor Lockie. All those against? Against, I have 6 councillors. Have you captured that? Thank you very much. Declare that carried. We'll move on to item 7.
Mayor, could I please move item 7 with an amendment that's been provided to the minute takers?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the staff who have worked on pulling this policy together. I want to thank the community members who have made submissions in the process of public exhibition of this policy, and I also want to thank the community members who spoke on this policy at our public forum tonight. I'm really excited that this has come back to council finally. It means that we can start implementing some of the key initiatives that are outlined to help increase uptake of Verge gardens, including the Adopt a Spot program, which I think is fantastic, the Living Streets competition, which hopefully we'll get a chance to judge, and also dealing with what I know has been a backlog of applications from residents who are keen to start their own Verge gardens that has occurred while waiting for this policy's adoption. We all know that there are really significant benefits to having more Verge gardens in our community. They promote biodiversity, they grow wildlife habitat, they reduce wastewater and stormwater runoff, and they create vibrant and visually appealing streets and suburbs that we all love to live in. And as an aside, they also reduce maintenance costs for councils in mowing grass, which I know we're all well and truly sick of having to deal with. So this is a really exciting prospect to help increase the uptake of Verge gardens through this policy. I do want to note that concern has been expressed by community members, both in the submissions in the public exhibition process and also by residents here tonight, around the impact of this policy on legacy gardens, the existing gardens in our community, and including specifically around management of gardens that may have hard landscaping, hard objects, fencing and so on. I know that as these gardens reside on council-owned land, council does carry responsibility for addressing and managing safety hazards and addressing issues around liability. But at the same time, I'm sure that all of us on this council could name a Verge garden in our neighbourhoods, which has been there for many, many years, sometimes decades, which residents have tended to carefully and invested significant time and finances in managing, such as the one that Mr. Lau mentioned in our public forum tonight on Queen Street, which is just up the road from my mum's house. And I'd kindly request an extra minute or two.
An extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
Thank you so much. Such as the one that Mr. Lau mentioned tonight in the public forum, which, as I said, is just up the road from my mum's house and the house where I grew up. So I have admired that garden for many, many years as well, and it's truly beautiful. These residents view it as an extension of their front yard and an asset to the community, and they are. So the last thing that we want to do in adopting this policy is to distress these residents or send a message of discouragement. I also acknowledge that in the conversations I've had with staff about this policy, deliberate language has been used to allow individual gardens to be handled sensitively and practical reality on a case-by-case basis. That support will be provided as requested or should a compliance issue arise, and that is appropriate. I think that gardens that have been features of our community for so long should be treated with care and respect and on a case-by-case basis because they are as unique as their owners. So my amendment seeks to remove the final point of clause 8.6, which would apply a blanket requirement to remove structures from legacy gardens, and instead defers to the language that is used elsewhere in that clause and elsewhere in the policy to allow for a more considered and individual approach. It also removes what I view as an unnecessary bureaucratic requirement for these existing gardens to have to apply to council to continue existing. It sets a target for council to see 100 more Verge gardens over the next 12 months, an ambitious target, but one I reckon we can reach. And it will also bring forward the review of the policy from 12 months' time to 6 in order to give council the opportunity to review the policy, any potential impacts and any improvements that we could make sooner. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll second the policy.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Griffiths?
Actually, no, I'm not going to second it, sorry.
Okay, that's withdrawn, seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Councillor De Cruz.
I've sent Catherine some amendments. Look, I think the issue that isn't clear is the basis on which the decisions by officers and the basis that we have the rules and the guidelines and what we're trying to do. So my motions is, one, this is not volunteers taking work away from council officers. This is the community members working on a patch of council land in conjunction with the council workers. So in fact, this may well be, and I think I have said in the past that we can actually transition to a different workforce in a different way and a more sustainable future. So it is actually a thing. So I'd like to get away from the idea of volunteer, free labour, whatever, to community member looking after their community and the environment. So hence I've suggested the change from volunteer to community member throughout the document. And also there's also the aspect that the volunteers are supervised. These are unsupervised people carrying on with their work. And in point B, I hope I'm proposing that we actually have a simple to read online and printed. So it's simple to read document, either to read online or to print off, that is printed, that explains the Verge garden policy and whatever applications you have to do it, and why you may not be able to have trip hazards, or why you don't work on the road and those sort of things, which is, I think, what the council officers are talking about. But I think it has to be set out more clearly that these things are kind of like trying to reduce the risk, and that's why they're there, not because they're trying to be difficult. And we need to balance that carefully. And I think...
Okay, thanks, Councillor De Cruz. Your time has expired.
Okay, so these are the amendments.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll call you to order. There's been 2 amendments that have been tabled. I'll ask the Deputy Mayor whether she wishes to incorporate Amendment A and Amendment B into the primary motion.
I don't have an issue with the word volunteer, and I think that the policy is pretty clear on information and support being provided to residents, so no, I won't support.
Okay, is there a seconder for the De Cruz amendments? If not, that will lapse. That has lapsed. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Griffiths.
And on reflection, actually, I probably could have seconded this. First, to thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing the amendments forward on legacy gardens. I think they're a step in the right direction. And likewise, thank you to staff who have done considerable work over this policy over the entire term of council. I think this was one of the first issues I actually started to engage with, potentially at the beginning of the term. I think it was fairly early on, but I visited Michael's garden, Tia's fairy garden on Queen Street, and started to develop a real passion for verges. But I've already spoken about my passion previously about verges, and last time I did, half the chamber started laughing. I'm not quite sure why, so I will try to digress on that. I think areas where it has improved, really welcome the removal of the registration fee to make sure that the program is free to all eligible residents. I think it's really good that we've started to talk about the legacy gardens, making sure that we include them. And of course, a living streets competition. I'm not quite sure who came up with that, but that's a great idea. Remarkable work. Very excited for that. But in the consultation, 69% of the community said that they would like hard landscaping to be included in this policy. And I don't think that should just be for legacy gardens. I think that we shouldn't be stifling the creativity of the InnerWest going forward. And sure, we can say, well, it only matters if council's going to enforce it and if there's a complaint that triggers a particular verge to be looked at. But I think we actually know from Tia's fairy garden is that sometimes it doesn't work like that. Sometimes there's no complaint in the community about a verge and it'll still come into a regulation issue.
Mayor, I'd like to move an extension of time of 1 minute, please.
Councillor Shetty is moving extension of time of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed. Make the last minute funny.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Jury, for your support in that. Anyway,
You've lost 15 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I do have an amendment, though, just for new verge gardens. I don't think that we should be ruling out hard structures, and I agree with the speaker before that subject to a risk assessment is probably more appropriate. Sorry for the spacing in the top point, but that's the main change, is that it's not completely outlawing hard landscaping, but it's saying that it should be subject to a risk assessment and may get approval.
Councillor Griffith tabled 2 amendments. Difficult to read just because of the spacing.
Yeah, don't know what happened.
To amend 6.8 of the policy to read, hard landscaping will only be approved following risk assessment. Verge gardening in the InnerWest operates in the limited and confined space with competing stakeholder requirements. There are significant risk factors to community associated with hard landscaping. The Verge Garden and Adopt a Spot program is focused on greening the streetscape and small areas of council land. It is not focused on public art or landscape structures which could pose a trip hazard or inherent health and safety issues to the community. Councillor Deputy Mayor, do you wish to incorporate that into the primary motion?
I very much agree with the sentiment of it, but I know from advice that's been provided to myself and to Councillor Griffiths on this specific wording that staff do have significant concerns. So maybe through you, Chair, could I pose a question to staff on the liability and safety risks of this proposed amendment?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, council officers have consulted both with the Audit and Risk Officer, also the Senior Manager of Governance, as well as Council's Insurer. There has been quite significant work done in the back end around this issue. Regularly, Council receives advice of residents who have fallen victim to a trip hazard, and this includes with in Verge Gardens with respect to hard landscaping, and most recently there was quite a nasty fall by an elderly Newtown resident who fell and injured her elbow, her collarbone and her face. That was just within the last 3 or 4 weeks. So the advice that we give in accordance with our insurer is that by advocating a policy that accepts this means that council takes on the liability in the event that there is a trip due to a hard landscape within the Verge.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Smith?
Off the back of that advice, I don't feel I can incorporate this amendment.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor Griffiths' amendment? Seconded by Councillor Shetty. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay, I'll put the Griffiths-Shetty... Yes?
There are some gardens where a path has been created by stepping stones, and it's actually designed for people to walk on, and presumably safely. How are those things catered for in this plan?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, if I may, Chair, the Verge Garden policy does not propose to enforce compliance on those existing gardens which have been in place long-standing, where hard landscaping has been incorporated and has been demonstrated through the fullness of time not to pose a risk. Otherwise, it's an individual assessment which is not proposed by this policy.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the Griffiths-Shetty amendment. A, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That has been defeated. Councillor Griffiths' second amendment reads, amend 3D of the Living Streets Verge Garden and adopt a spot guidelines to read, raised garden beds, stakes, fencing, rocks, sculptures, pots, ornaments, all above ground edging, above or below ground compost and irrigation systems will only be approved after a council conducted risk assessment. Do you wish to incorporate that into the primary motion? Do you wish to speak? Well, you've already spoken to it, Councillor Griffiths. Is there a seconder for that? Sorry, I was, confused. I'll put that. All those in favour? There are 7 in favour. All those against? There are 8 against. That has been defeated. There's no further amendments. I'll go back to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
Only briefly to say that in bringing forward the review of this policy to 6 months, I'm hopeful that we can actually look at some of the real world impacts, both good and potentially bad of this, but I'm sure they'll be very good. And if amendments need to be made down the track, I'm happy to look at that. But otherwise, let's just get going on increasing uptake.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I'll put that motion, the Smith-Scott motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. And can I just ask that one of the responsible officers just revert to the back of the room to have a chat to Mr. Lal to make sure that his needs are addressed in regards to his garden. Okay, next item, Leichhardt Oval Master Plan. I'll move the officer's recommendation with a series of amendments, which will constitute the primary motion. Which reads that Council adopt the Leichhardt Oval Master Plan, incorporate provision for public access to the Wayne Pearce Hill for passive recreation based on the same principles as the existing successful use of Henson Park. This is to commence with a trial of weekday access, including evenings, to be undertaken from December 2023 to February 2024. The Council write to the relevant state and federal government ministers, providing them a copy of the master plan and seeking a joint funding partnership between all 3 levels of government to save Leichhardt Oval and fund the implementation of the master plan. The Council continue with planning of the InnerWest Museum of Rugby League and incorporate into the 2024 budget funds to establish the museum. A further report is to be tabled at the February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, identifying models on which the museum could operate and entities that Council could partner with on the project. And 5, that noting the recently announced decision of West Tigers to play 5 NRL home games at Leichhardt Oval in 2025, right to West Tigers welcoming this decision and seeking their ongoing advocacy for long overdue funding to upgrade Leichhardt Oval. And I only wish to, it's been a lengthy design process. I only wish to speak briefly to thank the Director of Corporate Services and the General Manager for and the other council officers, including the Manager of Properties, for the excellent work that they've undertaken. And I do believe that gives us the best chance that we've had yet of finally saving Leichhardt Oval. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. As the other Tigers tragic in the room, just to say that I also am looking forward to a bright future for Leichhardt Oval with a master plan that is flourishing because of investment at all three levels of government, and I welcome our re-engagement with them towards that goal. I will be particularly excited to see the InnerWest Museum of Rugby League up and running. Can't wait to show members of my family who have been West Tigers players from the 70s onwards, West Ashfield players from the 70s onwards, or my son who now plays for Leichhardt Wanderers, and I look forward to it incorporating the new NRLW West Tigers as well.
Thank you for that. Is there any amendment or anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor Shetty?
Thanks. Look, I do acknowledge that it's really important for us to have a master plan for this facility to enable council to secure the funding that it needs from state and federal governments for upgrading of the facilities. So I do think it's really important to progress a master plan for Leichhardt Oval. That said, I do really want to note my concerns about the consultation process, particularly with local neighbours, and that's both residents and, as raised by Cynthia, who spoke to this, just with the other neighbours, including organisations like WHOS and UTAS. I know there were some issues with residents living close by in the neighbouring streets who reported not receiving written notification of the consultation, and that did result in an acceptance of late submissions, albeit without an official extension of the consultation period. And I would really like to note that there are some very good elements here, but some that have raised concerns for the community, and on the online consultation, 80% of respondents did not support the master plan. So I just think it's important to acknowledge that. I would urge the council to take seriously the community concerns around parking and the removal of trees at the later stages of this plan as it progresses. I think given the importance of the community asset, it's really critical that council undertakes outreach to those additional organisations who are neighbours of the facility, just to ensure that their input can be considered. I would like to just move one additional amendment that would just be that council reach out to those local organisations in the adjacent precinct to seek their feedback, to reach out proactively. That's sort of that section between Glover Street and Wharf Road. I think in this case they may be able to offer some additional insight that could be otherwise overlooked in advance of the plans progressing, and I think it would be good to just reach out to them and see what they think, and if there's anything that might be headed off before it becomes an issue, if there's things that have not been anticipated by not having those conversations.
Write that into the primary motion. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. I propose that we adjourn the meeting for 5 or 10 minutes. Let's call it 10 minutes so that everyone can have a break. I'll move that way, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll reconvene the meeting at 8:58. commence the meeting. We're up to item 9,
Mr. Mayor.
Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I move the report as put and with some amendments listed there. Yes.
They're
Sorry.
displayed?
Yes.
Do you want to speak to them?
Yes, please. Sorry. I thank the staff who have worked so diligently to draft the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Thank the members of the Access Advisory Committee for their extraordinary insight, leadership and guidance in shaping the plan, and thank all those InnerWest residents with disability who contributed to the plan at its various stages. This plan represents an ambitious and strategic framework for how we as a council seek to deliver full participation for people with disability across the InnerWest. It's also the foundation of the work we'll do over the next 2 years, not the limit of what we'll achieve. I note that the Access Advisory Committee have worked hard to ensure that the plan contains clear and measurable actions against which our council can gauge success and hold ourselves accountable. Those measures and actions extend across a number of areas that are key business for council and which, when achieved, will have a significant impact for local residents with disability and will transform the way we operate to be more inclusive. I offer a small number of amendments to the report. The first is to ensure that there is continuous and regular updating of the plan's progress for the Access Advisory Committee, and to require that programs and projects outlined in the plan are brought to the committee for input and feedback. This will ensure that the engagement with the committee on the plan is ongoing, meaningful and proactive. The second amendment is to clarify that the inclusive playground being constructed in King George's Park is on track for mid-next year, not 2025, as is stipulated in the plan, and I've confirmed with council staff that this was a typo. Thirdly, I'm requesting that council officers report back bi-monthly on the measures we are taking as a council to achieve economic inclusion. Councillors will know that in the budget process we allocated $100,000 to improve employment of people with disability within the council. My amendment seeks to create greater transparency and accountability around that work. Again, I thank all those that have been involved in the development of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. It's a clear statement of our ambition, a tool by which we'll be accountable for our efforts, and a call to action to do more and to go beyond, because we know just how important full participation is for people with disability in all aspects of local life.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for the motion? Happy to second it. Councillor De Cruz, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I'm happy to second it, and I do wish to speak to it, but actually I would like to put up a slight amendment to point 3, and if Catherine can put that up. And this actually came from a disabled person who suggested that wording. It's actually, the fact is we've got to actually emphasise the point that there's a range of disabilities. And my concern in reading this document was, despite the start where we talk about the...
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, with great respect, just so you bear with me so that I don't get confused. So you're wanting to second the primary motion. Can I ask that the primary motion remain on the screen as well as the amendment, please?
And the second point that...
No, sorry, I'll just call the meeting to order. Just want to avoid confusion. Thank you very much for that. So,
B goes into...
Sorry, I'll just call the meeting to order with great respect, if that's okay, if you could just stop interjecting for a moment. So, what were you saying? Councillor Howard has tabled point 3 in the primary motion, amend the measure for action 1.2 to read people with a range of disability and needs participate in emergency management planning. And you're proposing that that be replaced with the words, people with disability participate in emergency management planning needs to be a range of people with different needs or orgs that represent different needs, e.g. a wheelchair user's needs will be quite different to the needs of someone with cognitive impairment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you wish to incorporate that, Councillor
I
Howard?
don't wish to incorporate the new wording. What has occurred, if I may just clarify, I think, is that point 3 is actually the wording of the amendment that I believe Councillor Magni De Cruz had provided earlier.
No, that's what Liz Atkins provided to you.
Yes,
not
okay.
What
Oh, I'm sorry.
that was where
you
the
don't talk to one
confusion
another. Okay.
arose.
I just had some. I think that the wording that has been provided as point 3 is actually clearer, and I believe it captures the sentiment of what you're trying to achieve
Okay, so
with the
that's not
amendment.
incorporated.
It
Is
is
there a
not.
seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment? If not, that will lapse.
It's okay, I'll drop it, but it was proposed to be by
that's
a
lapsed.
disabled person who did read it.
That-
I'm not going to pursue it.
I'll call the meeting to order. Sorry.
Okay,
sorry.
hang on, but
No, sorry, Councillor De
there's
Cruz.
still the amendment of
With great respect,
accessibility.
with great respect, I'll ask you again to desist from interjecting. So we're speaking to the primary motion of which you are the seconder, but you have another amendment. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And
A.
what is that
If you
amendment?
can put up A. So the point here, it may not be clear to people who are not familiar with the Convention on Disability, which is quoted in the document, and it defines accessibility refers to whether spaces, places, facilities, formats, material or activities can be accessed independently and equitably by a person with a disability in a way that is suitable to their disability-related needs. And that makes accessibility is not a small a, it is actually a capital A term. So I'm suggesting that accessibility actually be capitalised right through the document.
Can I
Councillor
ask for
Howard,
some
do you wish to
advice?
incorporate that?
Can I ask for some advice from council staff as
Yes,
to?
please do.
Through you, Chair, it seems that what the councillor is referring to is the legislative definition of accessibility, which is why it would have a capital in the context of the legislation and the definition. For the purpose of the document, it would be more usual to refer, as we do at the beginning, of what accessibility means, and then to use the lowercase, as we would for inclusion, for example, and other anti-discrimination words.
Thank you. On the basis of that advice, I do not accept the amendment.
Sorry, could you repeat that for me, Councillor Howard?
On the basis of the advice we've just received from council staff, I will not incorporate the amendment.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment to capitalise accessibility throughout the document? Is
That's
there a
fine.
seconder? That will lapse. Is there anyone who wishes to further amend the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
I wait that right.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 10, post-exhibition
Mayor,
recreation strategy.
Could I please move item 10, the officer's recommendations, and thank the work done by council staff to pull together what is a pretty hefty strategy document, and I also want to take the opportunity to thank the work done by my colleagues Councillor Drury and Councillor Howard when this last came to council in May this year, where they ensured that some of our most significant infrastructure projects are included in the strategy, such as the Callan Park swim site, the Great Harbour Walk, the Rozelle Parklands Masterplan, of course, as well as some of our very important initiatives to promote inclusion for all members of our community, including our wonderful trans and gender diverse swim nights and inclusive playgrounds in every ward that Councillor Howard in particular has championed. So this is a great strategy. It's all-encompassing, it's very thorough, and I commend it to council.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes,
Seconded by
thank you.
Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it? No. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
Yes.
Councillor
Thank you.
Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have an amendment which was provided to the minute takers earlier. I really commend the work of the staff on this strategy as well, and it's really great to see all of the different plans and infrastructure projects. One thing I did notice that was missing from the plan is an actual mention of any pool in South Marrickville, and I note that in various documents it has been identified that we are sort of missing that vital infrastructure in this part of the LGA. I believe that it's been included in the infrastructure contributions plan as something to be funded, and that's advice from Aaron Callahan. However, there's no mention of it in here, and I feel that it's important to keep the pool on the radar. We've got the Callan Park swim site and all the other pools that we currently have in the LGA. So yeah, I would like to commend this amendment to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Langford, can I just ask you to speak again to what you're proposing in your amendment?
The amendment is proposing that the pool in South Marrickville be scoped and that be mentioned in the recreation.
Included as an action in the recreation.
Yeah, or that the scoping of it be. I understand that we don't have the funding yet, but I think it's a really important project
No,
for the
understand
future. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, do you wish to incorporate that into the primary motion? That's incorporated. Okay. Any further amendments? Councillor De Cruz?
Whether we consulted the Access Committee on this recreation plan.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, if I may, Chair, while I know that accessibility is included within the plan and it's an important factor, the specifics around the consultation of the Access Committee I'll have to take as a question on notice.
Thank you. And then after that, I've got two amendments, and this is mainly due to the increasing temperature due to climate change, and so I've put up the 2 points. One is that instead of managing climate change at 3.16, we change that subsection to adapting to climate change, and that we note that the increasing temperatures will make surfaces at outdoor facilities, including playgrounds, pools and sporting facilities, dangerous and unusable. It should also be noted that in Perth, a childcare facility was charged $15,000 fine because a toddler burnt their feet on an outdoor playground because they ran out there without shoes on.
May I ask a question of Councillor De Cruz about her amendment?
Yeah.
Just with regard to point 2, I think that it may have been clarified. I'm not sure if the minute taker might have typed something there. Where do you want to note about the increasing temperatures? Just in the council resolution, or do you wish to note it in the strategy? What is the proposal?
Sorry, that we note that and therefore amend the proposal to include adapting to climate change, and that we actually have included in the policy that we actually take that into consideration in the design. So actually both points are to do with the increasing temperatures and dealing with that. Because I think there's only flooding mentioned in the recreation, so not heat.
Okay, is there a seconder for the De Cruz amendments? If not, they will lapse. Seconded by Councillor Langford. Do you wish to speak to them? If not, I'll put the De Cruz amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz and Councillor Langford. All those against? That is everybody else against. That has been defeated. We'll go back to the primary motion. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion or anyone who wishes to speak against the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
Waived, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 12, the plan of management for Elkington Park and Fitzroy Avenue.
Yeah.
I will move the adoption of the recommendation, and I've provided wording for an amendment to the minute takers, which I'll ask them to display on the screen, which will be incorporated into the primary motion. And that is that Council prepare a report for the December meeting on the estimated costs and timeline for making the Caretaker's Cottage in Elkington Park available for community use, including options for short-term activation, use for events, exhibitions, and as a social enterprise. So I'll move that way. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I think it was submitted with my name as well.
Thank you.
No, very excited to see fuller use of this community asset, which has been dormant for some time.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, the rotunda or bandstand was raised by the community. Can the officers comment on what's going to happen to that in this plan of management?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, the plan of management incorporates all-inclusion access to the rotunda, and we can certainly review again as it's proposed to just ensure that it meets the required needs. However, I am able to confirm that in this instance consultation did occur with Council's Disability and Inclusion Officer.
I think the issue raised was the state of the roof.
Yeah, that was one of the issues raised. Can we get a response on that?
Through you, Chair, the plan of management is in order to restore the rotunda, and so that does include work on the roof.
Can I ask just a couple of other questions? There were also issues raised about demolishing parts of the caretaker's cottage. What was that in reference to?
Through you, Chair, that would be a question on notice. I'm sorry, I don't have that information specifically to hand.
Well, could we have that addressed in the report to come back in December?
We certainly can.
Okay. So if we adopt the... I'm a bit concerned about that in that if we've adopted the plan of management and there's parts of the caretaker's cottage that are proposed for demolition, it'll be too late to rescind that then.
Through you, Chair, given the works that are proposed in the plan of management, a development application would be required due to the heritage nature of the building, and the works would certainly be required to assess through that process.
Yeah, but if there are parts of the caretaker's cottage that we don't want demolished, so is there anyone who's able to speak to what the resident was referring to in the plan of management about demolition of parts of the cottage?
If I may, generally speaking, it's just in reference to an old shed at the back of the building.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there seems to be a bit of confusion in this debate. That's a little bit troubling, given that we're about to accept the master plan. I would like to seek that this be deferred for further consultation to clarify the questions that councillors are asking, as well as the fact that it doesn't really respond to the wishes of the community in its current form. So I think those two things would warrant a small deferral, get it out for further consultation, answer those questions we've been asking each other in the meeting right now, trying to get answers to, and I think we'd all benefit from a stronger master plan through a very small deferral. Residents spoke tonight. In fact, they met this afternoon and came in expressing their concerns about treatment of the rotunda, the hard surfaces, the use of concrete. They talked about safety issues. They talked about the cottage, which we've been just talking about. So just those issues alone, I think, just warrants that further bit of attention, and it would benefit, I think, by deferral and further consultation and bringing it back to the next meeting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Can you provide that wording to the minute taker, please, Councillor Stamoulis?
Happy to second.
That would be a foreshadow, Mr. Mayor. So
I'm open to incorporating it, but I'd like to see the wording of your proposed amendment.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay then.
I'm happy to second that, Mayor, the amendment.
What is it?
Pending the writing.
Well, Councillor Shetty's here. It might be easy for her to telepath to you, and then she can provide the wording to the minute taker. I'm open to considering the amendment, but it needs to be written down.
Yeah, could we just move to defer?
What?
I think it's there's words up on the screen there. I think they're pretty good. What do you reckon?
Well, there's already been community consultation conducted. If there's issues that we don't think have been addressed in the master plan, then I think it's incumbent upon us to identify them and ask the staff to come back with further information.
Sure.
That's not what's stated in the proposed amendment. It's not a foreshadowed motion, it's an amendment.
I think...
So sorry, Councillor De Cruz, if I can ask you just once to desist. Councillor Shetty and Councillor Stamoulis, what are you proposing occurs during the deferral?
That's to me or to Councillor Shetty first, Mr Mayor?
Either of you?
Someone, John.
Okay, I'll take it first. So given the concerns of residents this evening, they've expressed a number of concerns.
No, Councillor Stamoulis, sorry, I'll call you to order. I'm not offering you a second chance to speak to the motion.
Oh,
I'm asking that you clarify the wording of the amendment that you and Councillor Shetty are proposing, which I'm open to incorporating. At the moment,
basically,
what we've got on the screen is that Council defer the adoption of the master plan for Elkington Park and Fitzroy Avenue, pending community consultation, and come back to the next council meeting. We've already conducted consultation. There's no request in that amendment for further information to be provided. So what meaningful consultation could we conduct between now and 2 weeks' time when the business papers needed to be prepared? So I agree that there might be further information that would need to be addressed, but you'd need to stipulate that in your amendment.
we're also asking for further technical information to come back to councillors.
Your amendment as it stands doesn't reference that or any information that you're requesting.
Well, it should do. It should do.
Well, it's up to you to write it, Councillor.
Yep.
Yes, I mean, that looks all right to me. John, have you had a look at it?
I haven't seen the latest.
Okay. How about I'll step in and try and help? The Council defer the adoption of the Plan of Management for Elkington Park and Fitzroy Avenue with a report addressing concerns about repair of the rotunda, the ramps around the rotunda, bollards and new paths, and demolition of the caretaker's cottage to be tabled at the next council meeting. So it's not that hard. Just got to jot it down.
There you go.
Fantastic.
And then why don't we make it the December meeting to be a bit more realistic, and that it can also include that council prepare a report for December on the estimated costs and timeline for the conversion of the caretaker's cottage. You happy with that?
Wonderful.
No worries, any time. If we could incorporate the amendment as point 1. And in that point 1, rather than the next council meeting, the December council meeting. Tough work, this governing business. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour?
Sorry, may I speak briefly?
I was waiting for you to for the last 5 minutes.
I was allowing John the latitude to get what he needed to sort out.
He didn't, but...
All right.
Okay, so you wish to speak to my motion. Thank you. Please proceed.
No, look, I haven't had an opportunity to speak on this, and it is important. I will be brief in my comments. Just want to acknowledge that I had some concerns about reading through the feedback. That while it was noted that some people supported the use of the cafe, there was 6 people in total that I noticed when reading through the detailed submissions that had flagged that they either didn't support the use as a cafe and preferred the community use. So I'm really pleased to see the way that was moving, or didn't support sort of changes to the exterior of the building. So I just wanted to flag that I think that hasn't necessarily been captured in this summary, and I think it's important to note and to make sure that we're being really thoughtful about the future use of that caretaker's cottage in particular. So very pleased to defer it. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor?
Item 14, Parramatta Road. Councillor D'Arienzo?
I move the officer's recommendation with 2 amendments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The first amendment seeks to outline the next steps following community consultation to finalise the planning proposal by the state government's March 2024 deadline. And the second amendment asks that we collect specific demographic data during our community consultation period.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it? No. I'll put that. Sorry, is there a seconder for the motion? seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? No? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Now, item 16 is the Local Traffic Committee, and I'll just note that I was an apology, as is recorded in the minutes, for the Traffic Committee itself. I've noted in the course of this meeting that one of the items that was spoken to is in a street nearby to a property that I'm a joint owner of. So I want to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, but out of an abundance of caution, I will absent myself from consideration of this item. And I'll provide the wording of that declaration to the minute takers, and I'll ask Deputy Mayor Smith to come and take the chair.
I just get... Thank you. 16, sorry. Item 16, Local Traffic Committee meeting, 18 September 2023. Do we have a mover?
Yeah, yes, I'd like to move.
Councillor Howard?
Thanks. I'd like to move the report with an amendment that I've circulated to the minute takers
May I
earlier.
have that amendment on screen, please? Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Just to say that I've been contacted by several residents over the past year regarding the process of applying for mobility parking spaces. And in the spirit of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan that we have just passed, my amendment just seeks to refer this report to the Access Advisory Committee for discussion and input, given that it's a policy that directly impacts people with disability. And my hope is that the Local Traffic Committee would review this feedback and that any amendments would be incorporated before forwarding to the Council again for endorsement.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Howard's amendment?
I'll second it.
Councillor Scott.
Waive my right to speak.
Thank you. Is there any speakers to Councillor Howard's amendment?
No, but I have a further amendment, thank you.
Do we incorporate that? Yeah, all right. Councillor Langford, amendment on the screen. Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, yes I do, Chair. I just wanted to note that this Traffic Committee meeting minutes also includes two really important items, and that was the pedestrian safety improvements to Unwin's Bridge Road across the Cooks River at Tempe, and also improvements to the Wardell Road Bridge. And I just wanted to say thank you to council staff and the Traffic Committee for addressing the public safety concerns about those areas and for taking that seriously. I understand that a new bridge will be scoped by council and funding will be sought at Unwin's Bridge, and that's going to be a huge benefit for our community because currently the bridge is not fit for purpose and only one person can cross at a time and very awkward. So I just want to say that's really great, and I also wanted to acknowledge the community members who raised that issue with me, and I also want to thank staff for the improvements that they have made to the Wardell Road Bridge already, just in terms of safety and line marking and the refuges. I really appreciate that. So my amendment is really just to acknowledge what staff has done and that the fact that they're prioritising safety and pedestrian access and cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langford. Is there a seconder to Councillor Langford's amendment? Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Howard, is that amendment acceptable to be incorporated?
Yes.
Great. Are there any other speakers against the motion as it stands? Or any other amendments? If not, we can go... Oh, Councillor Howard, reply?
Just to thank Councillor Langford for that amendment. I've had lots of people talk to me about both those bridges as well, and it's really fantastic that we've seen that go to the Local Traffic Committee and that there be a strong evidence base built for for making necessary changes and for hopefully putting us in a position where we can actually get new infrastructure in place at those locations. I think the fact that it went to the Traffic Committee and went through that process has really strengthened the calls for concern and responded really proficiently to the calls of concern from local residents. So thank you, Councillor Langford, for that amendment.
Thank you. We'll go to a vote. All in favour? All against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 17, InnerWest at 40 study.
Chair, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with an amendment that has been provided to the minute taker.
Yes, do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Stevens?
If I may I offer thanks to Ken Welsh and other council officers for their significant work on this very important project. We are now moving into the implementation phase of Council's long-standing commitment as set out in the 2020 Integrated Transport Strategy for safer speed limits on our streets. That strategy adopts a transport hierarchy that puts community safety first. The InnerWest at 40 study sets out clearly the benefits for safety, amenity and sustainability that will flow from the introduction of 40km/h speed limits across our municipality. One that ought to be highlighted is the likely reduction in injuries from crashes from around 400 per annum to 300 and fatalities from around 3 per annum to 1 per annum. The study therefore correctly notes that reductions in speeds across the LGA would make a major contribution to the New South Wales Government's Towards Zero initiative. It is pleasing that Transport for New South Wales supports this project, and following public exhibition of the policy, I do hope we can move quickly to make safer speed limits a reality for our community. May I also acknowledge the valuable observations made by speakers this evening in the public forum and the need for aspects of the study to be aligned with the InnerWest Cycling Strategy and Action Plan, and I think there's an opportunity for this to occur following community feedback.
I'd like to second, Mayor.
Yes, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. I'd also like to thank officers for their work on this. I was particularly pleased to see the analysis that has been performed around the impact on travel times. Certainly whenever this comes up as an issue, if anybody is opposed to these safer speed limits, it invariably comes down to a mistaken belief that they will be held up even more in traffic, or that they will somehow be further delayed while trying to move through the InnerWest. And I love the fact that we have had some case studies here that prove that in the InnerWest, our experience will be no different to other areas that have brought in these safer speed limits, that the difference in your travel time, if you're moving across our LGA and we have these safer speed limits of 40km/h on our local roads, will be measurable in seconds, not even minutes, definitely not hours, seconds. So that's really fantastic and a great evidence base. And I appreciate the fact as well that after we've, as Councillor Stevens has said, this has been a long-standing position of council to move towards this. I know progress has been slower than I would have liked to see. And this now, we have an evidence base that gives the state government very clear reasons for prioritising specific areas based on pedestrian crash and cyclist crash clusters, based on the speeds that are currently being experienced through our local area and based on where people are going to see the most benefit. Obviously, Councillor Stevens spoke to the safety benefits of collisions. We know that at 50km/h, somebody has, if you're a pedestrian hit by a car, you have just a 10% chance of survival. No one wants to be that pedestrian, no one wants to be related to that pedestrian, and no one wants to be the driver who's responsible for that kind of fatality rate or serious injury. So I really commend this work, and I'm really excited to see it start being implemented ASAP.
Thank you. I wish to also speak very briefly in support of the recommendation. I also wish to begin by thanking the council officers for the really professional work that's been undertaken in preparation of the report, which is also very well written. Easy for a layperson to understand what's being proposed and the logic and reasoning behind it. I am particularly enthusiastic about the potential to move quickly to introduce 40km/h speed limits in local streets and residential streets in particular. Everybody would like to see speed limits reduced to 40 kilometres an hour in their street, because they want to protect themselves and their families and their neighbours. And we've now got a fantastic evidence base to show why this should happen, and a positive response from the New South Wales government, who have contributed funds to this study and are seemingly very supportive of what we're trying to achieve in our pilot here in the InnerWest. So I want to thank Councillor Stevens and Councillor Lockie for their policy development work, and the council officers for their collaboration as well. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. I would like to put up an amendment provided to the minute taker earlier.
Yes.
It's really just, I highly commend the strategy and support the amendments. I just wanted to note that there's a multi-criteria assessment parameter which is referenced in the report, and it refers to schools and hospitals, but I would like to suggest that we also prioritise the rollout of the strategy in close proximity to aged care homes and also childcare centres, because I think those areas are where we really have more vulnerable people, and really it would be a great advantage to ensure that those areas have the strategy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Langford's amendment? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it? No. Councillor Stevens, do you wish to incorporate the amendment?
Chair, I accept the sentiment intimated here by Councillor Langford, but I'd be reluctant to adopt the amendment without, or accept the amendment without expert advice from council officers. Perhaps we could ask Ken Welsh for his views on this and whether or not these issues are already dealt with in the strategy.
I'll put that to Mr. Welsh.
Through the chair, I apologise for my voice. Yeah, there's no problem with that. It's an area-based approach. So what we would look at is where we have a higher number of aged care, of childcare, and with the schools as part of our prioritisation as we move forward.
On the basis of that, I'm happy to accept the amendment.
That's incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further amendments? Councillor De Cruz?
Yes, I've sent an amendment to Catherine, and it's more along the lines to actually emphasise and back Councillor Stevens' comments about the reductions we will see in injuries and deaths. And this is the statistics for 2022. 6 people were killed on InnerWest roads, 77 were seriously injured, 180 people suffered moderate injuries, and 104 suffered minor injuries on our roads, and I hope you will incorporate that. That's just a note, so that we can actually see how many accidents we do actually have.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Can I ask council officers to verify whether those statistics are correct?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know that.
No, you wouldn't know that.
I'd need to research it.
Yeah, that's a bit unfair, but they were actually statistics taken from the road safety website.
I think it's pretty difficult to incorporate statistics about fatalities when our own experts aren't able to provide those statistics. I'll put that amendment. All those in favour of the De Cruz-Atkins amendment, please raise your hands. That's 5 in favour. All those against? That's 9 against, with Councillor Stamoulis abstaining.
No, I supported Councillor De Cruz.
That's 9 against, 6 in favour. That has been defeated. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion? There being no further amendments, I'll go to Councillor Stevens for a right of reply.
I'll waive that.
That's waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move the officer's recommendation with amendment.
You'll have to tell me which item it is, because I've
Local democracy groups.
Okay, thank
Progress
you for that.
report,
Do you
item
wish
18.
to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So we've got over 150 community members that serve on our 13 local democracy groups, and the report that we've been provided, thank you to the staff, summarises their progress on the policy challenges that they've been allocated. Since the community members were recruited in August 2022, they've only come together once for a welcome event at Marrickville Town Hall, and then we held a function here for a workshop where representatives were able to report their progress to councillors. There's less than a year remaining on their term, and I propose that we bring everyone together to show our gratitude for the community members, their time, their expertise and their collaboration with an end-of-year reception and an offer for them to provide and share with the rest of the room a short update on their work at the reception.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'd like to second, if I may.
Councillor Langford, you wish to second the motion?
Thank you. Yes, I support all of the comments from Councillor Dorenzo and all of the great work that our local democracy group members do. It's a really important way for us to hear back from the community and to ensure that we are actually accurately reflecting their thoughts and and using their wisdom. I have an amendment as well, which I'd like to incorporate. I shared that with the minute taker earlier, but just as a further way to engage with the local democracy groups is to invite them to provide 360-degree feedback to council on how it's performing in the relevant area. So whether that be in the environment or in access or transport, provide some opportunity for them to give that feedback on how council is performing. Thank you.
I'm not quite sure. I know it's a term that many people are familiar with, but I'm not quite sure what 360-degree feedback to council would mean in this context. Can I ask you to elaborate on that and perhaps provide greater specificity in your amendment?
Yeah, sure. I guess it would be, I mean, it's an opportunity for them to see what could council be doing better. So whether it's a survey, and I note that there have been some surveys with the groups, but just to have direct feedback. I mean, I think it's great that we have the questions that we give them, but this would be more specifically about what can council do better, what opportunities do you see, because it's quite sort of prescriptive at the moment with the particular questions and the strategies. So it's just more of an opportunity to hear from them.
I'm still not entirely sure that clarifies it. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to incorporate that into the primary motion?
A question for the council officers, if I may.
Yep.
I recall previously in a motion that a survey of the community, of the local democracy groups was contemplated. Is there a need for this additional amendment of a 360-degree survey? Or is 180 fine?
Through
No,
you,
it's a
Chair.
joke.
180, 180.
Come on, no jokes here, you know that.
There is a previous resolution to have a survey. I did see the draft survey questions from my team today and had a few amendments, but I do believe it would incorporate the spirit of what Councillor Langford's talking about if we include some open-ended questions, which is my intent in the next draft that we'll work on.
So what if we remove the words 360 degrees? Or
Yeah, very happy with that.
Formalised feedback?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay with that?
Yes.
That's incorporated. Are there any further amendments to the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor D'Arienzo for a right of reply. That's waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 20, FOGO food recycling update. Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mayor. I just moved the report and as recommended. A huge thank you to the many staff who've worked so diligently to bring food recycling to the InnerWest. And I just wanted to use the opportunity to call out a few people. Helen and Erin, John, our Wastebusters and all those in the environmental team. This has been a project that you have worked on for years, and your expertise, diligence and hard work are to be commended. You've done our community a huge service. Thank you to Johnny and the communication staff who are working to get the message out there about how to recycle food. Thank you to all the customer service staff who are fielding calls and explaining why food recycling is so important and helping people adjust to the new service. Thank you to the waste staff that are out there on the front line, managing pickups and working through what is a challenging transition. And thank you to our General Manager for his leadership on this transformative project. Finally, I want to thank our residents for their patience as we make this tremendous change. What I really want to capture in that is just how much of an across the whole council effort this is to get this right and to do the best that we can by the communities that we serve. In the 1980s and 1990s, recycling of paper, glass and cardboard rolled out across our communities, and it was a difficult transition. I remember my dad being very cranky about recycling and then becoming one of those people that became militant about recycling. With a number of different boxes, we had to line it all up. It was very important. Together, as a community, we lived it, we learned, and now recycling is commonplace. Food recycling is the next big way we can reduce waste, lower emissions, and save our community money that could be better spent on further reducing waste and on our local services. As we've noted before, Council knows that this will be challenging for many, and we're here to help. Residents struggling with the changes to red bin collection can order an extra red bin collection anytime just by jumping online. They can add their name to the list of people looking to register for a larger bin. They can speak to one of our friendly Wastebusters team.
I'll move an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
I was never on SRC, mate. I was a theatre kid. I was too busy doing that. Speaking to one of our friendly Wastebusters team who can talk residents through the best way to make FOGO and food recycling work for them. If residents are struggling, I encourage them to reach out and contact staff. Staff have increased the number of customer service staff that are available to answer calls, emails and requests, and we're working as one to make this transition as straightforward and easy as possible. We all know that there'll be challenges. We've all had residents reach out to us. It's going to take some time to get everything working at full speed. But every day that we're collecting FOGO, every person that we're convincing to contribute to this extraordinary program, we are diverting tons and tons of food waste from landfill, and that is a good thing. So I really just wanted to thank staff for an ongoing process. I know that it can be really challenging to manage a transition like this. And I'm hoping that what we can do by supporting this motion is, again, as we've done all along, show a unanimous support for food recycling in the InnerWest.
Well spoken. Thank you very much, Councillor Howard. Certainly happy to second your motion. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to it? Councillor De Cruz?
Yes, I've sent an amendment through to Catherine, and I've tried to incorporate some figures which reflect what a big task our community and our council is undertaking. These statistics are huge, and I think I've got them right. And so we're talking about 48,000 houses which are going to change over to this new system. We're talking about 150,000 bins being collected is my estimate if each household has 3 bins. And so it's my my amendment is just to include these statistics, which is a reiteration of the statistics provided by the council officers. And I hope we will be publishing more information about our successes and our failures. Well, in fact, our successes, because the most important thing is creating a metric and have people work towards it. So I would really like to see that in our newsletters. We say that we're aiming for 7,000 tonnes of food to be diverted into the FOGO, and that we report to our community what kinds of things we are getting over the period. So in each newsletter we can say we've got up to 6,000, are you doing a bit? So that we remind people to keep working for it. But this is how many people we're trying to change over. And I just thought we should note this in this motion.
I'll just speak briefly against the amendment. The statistics that have been tabled by Councillor De Cruz are, I'm sure, derived from publicly available council reports that we've all read. I don't think there's any value added to the receive and noting of the report to add in those statistics, and it's 9:50 at night and we've still got a lot of business to deal with, so I don't think it's a useful way for us to spend our time either. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Because if not, it would lapse. There's no seconder, that lapses. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply, which is waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings
Mayor,
us to...
could I please move item 21
Yes.
with the officers' recommendations?
Yes. Do you wish to speak to it?
Not really, no. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that?
Second that, Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Griffiths, who will also waive his right to speak. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 22.
Mr Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to move the
Councillor
officer's
Scott.
recommendation with an amendment which has been provided, please.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask that that's displayed on the screen, please? Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to talk through my amendments there. Would like to thank the staff for their considerable work on updating our online presence. Every councillor in this room knows exactly how much feedback we get every day via Facebook, and particularly via our many active and passionate Facebook residents groups. And it's wonderful that we now have a way for council to be present in those groups as well. The council staff have worked with me considerably on refining our presence in those groups and this particular update to our communication channel. I think it is important to make two small amendments to this report. One, to indicate that the customer service page can post original content, even just to pop online each morning and say, hello, we're here to answer your questions. Or to provide notice about where the customer service store might be appearing on the next weekend, and that it can proactively respond to groups if it monitors a trend or particular comments that are referencing the InnerWest Council without specifically tagging the InnerWest Council. And with those two updates, I think we'll be able to really move forward in the way that most people communicate with us these days. If you post something about FOGO, for example, you are likely to spend the next couple of days responding to hundreds of comments about bin liners and caddies. And that's fine, because that is how because it's important and because we are a responsive and modern council. And I'd also like to just note that the customer experience team referenced in the report do have significant responsibilities beyond administering that Facebook page, including our new customer outreach program, and which includes the weekend service stalls as well as our new transport stops that they do during the week, the aquatic centres, the libraries, and also managing inquiries through the existing council service centres. And they're doing a fantastic job. They are right on top of FOGO at the moment, and I commend them for their work and thank them for all they do.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? I'm happy to second it. I'll waive my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it?
A question?
Yes.
I tried to tag the InnerWest Council and got customers. It's been seems to have been renamed customer service. Is that correct? So that
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. Yes, we have established a independent customer service page that we will be out in groups and monitoring. So we can certainly clarify the handle for you to be tagging us. But
that's not the question I asked. I tried to tag the InnerWest Council.
I'll call the meeting.
And it came up as customer support.
I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor De Cruz, I'll remind you that questions are to be put through the chair, and one of the reasons for that is so that it doesn't appear as though there's a cross-examination of council officers taking place, but there's some order to the questions. So if you would like to ask a follow-up question, that's fine, but I'll ask you to put it through me.
I'd like to clarify the question I asked. The question was the InnerWest Council main Facebook, whatever they use, is actually seemed to come up as InnerWest Council customer support now.
That's not a question.
The question is that going to be the customer support?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, we have our Senior Manager of Customer Experience and Service Transformation who will also provide feedback.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you. We still have at InnerWest Council, and we also have at InnerWest Council customer service page. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any further questions for the council officers? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply. That's waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor De Cruz will be recorded as voting against the motion. That brings us to item 25, recreational fishing, Balmain Foreshore.
I think you are obviously free to move a later motion if you like, but we do still also need to deal with item 23.
Oh, we didn't move that en bloc?
No, we moved the other one, the next one.
Okay, sorry for my confusion. Item 23, customer service and development assessment.
I'll move that one and I'll waive my right to speak. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend?
I amend it. I've got an amendment to put up, which I've sent through as a minute taker.
Okay, could I ask that be displayed on the screen?
It's basically that my concern is that our information on a website, on our self-service website, is basically not clear enough, so we need to do a lot more on that to make it easy for our community to read this information without having to consult staff.
Could I ask that the wording of the amendment be displayed on the screen?
It is displayed, yeah.
So the wording of the amendment reads that Council undertake a review of the Council website and DA system and implement improvements identified.
I do not wish to incorporate that amendment.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? If not, that will lapse.
Mayor, is there...
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, happy with that.
Okay, I'll put the De Cruz-Stamoulis amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins. It was funny, it went as a wave then. Everyone seemed reluctant. Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Shetty and Stamoulis. All those against? There are 9 votes against. That has been defeated. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion? There have been no further amendments.
I will take up my right of reply though.
Please do.
I appreciate what Councillor De Cruz and Councillor Stamoulis are doing, but the review of the council website and the DA system and implementation of improvements are a key part of the customer service improvement in development assessments program, as well as the overall customer service improvement program, and that was totally unnecessary.
Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Next item. Item 25, is that correct? Recreational fishing, Balmain Foreshore.
Yep, I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Shetty. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor. Seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Callan Park Swim Point, item 26. Councillor Drury. You need to put your microphone on, Councillor Drury.
Yeah. Can I move the report with the amendments provided?
Can I ask that the amendments be displayed on the screen, please?
Thank you. It's exciting to get this report. I've worked for a very long time to focus attention of state and local government on cleaning up Parramatta River so that the water is so good you can swim in it. And so good you can swim in it means that the water quality must be far better than it was when we started this project. We've got a plan for a more swimmable river by 2025, and one of the ideas one of the sites that was early identified was Callan Point. As we step towards that, I suggest that we actually try and speed things up a little by firing off a couple of letters to our state ministers, thanking Penny Sharp for the $2 million she committed, asking Paul Scully to get those people in the Parks Authority to cooperate and work with us well on moving us forward, and also thanking Joe Harlan for maritime support, which Maritime have been a great support of this so far. Obviously, we need to have further discussions with the other recreational groups. The idea about this is to add to the recreation of the river, which is part of, not just recreation, it's part of a greater value in the cleanliness of that river. There are many groups who have talked about cleaning up rivers and only progressed very slowly. We took the deliberate, popular step to actually go to people and say, do you want to swim and recreate on this river? If you do that, we need to do all these other things. I commend the report and look forward to support.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion, and I'll waive my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it?
Sorry, can I just ask one question?
Of course.
Just through the chair to council officers, I note there's a need for a shark enclosure that's been identified. Is there any understanding yet of whether that would be a physical shark net or whether there'd be other kind of methods employed?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair. The council's consultant has a strong environmental background and has been instructed that the safety of swimmers is a priority and that strategies to minimise risks such as sharks will need to factor into the final design. There are a number of items under consideration with respect to that because new technology is emerging, but shark nets are one option that's been considered.
And
Thank you.
just to clarify for the thrust of Councillor Shetty's question, that's yet to be determined and will be considered in the design phase.
Through you, Chair. I'm sorry, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Many thanks.
Councillor De Cruz.
The community raised the question of change rooms and etc. So I've got one question about change rooms, and the other question that just struck me is whether this will be supervised or open all year round.
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair. First of all, with respect to it being supervised, the swim site is not proposed as a supervised swim site. There are some specific regulations and specifications around what an unsupervised swim site must look like in terms of factoring in some safety equipment and signage, and that's been incorporated into this design. Secondly, with respect to amenities or other facilities, at the moment that's not included in this proposal. There are some amenities not far, but new amenities aren't proposed.
Thank you for that. There's no further amendment. I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Yeah, just picking up on the point made by Councillor Cruz, I would hope that the Parklands people, whatever they are now called, will actually cooperate with Council and assist us in this process going forward. And that is specifically why point 3 is there. We actually need a little bit of high-level discussion to help us move things forward, rather than worrying about whether a dog bites someone in the pool and whether that will cause major problems for a swim site. I do think what we do understand, and as part of this process of getting swim sites, issues in relation to governance for waterways are incredibly complicated. There are multiple bodies that are involved in any process of improving anything in all of our all of our waterways and their catchments. But this is a step that has been taken successfully by a number of our neighbouring councils. We have a very famous harbour pool, one of the probably the most famous harbour pools on the globe at Dawn Fraser. There are very few like that. We are recreating, Canada Bay recreated a wonderful swim enclosure just up the road at the end of Burwood Road recently, and we step forward to create another for greater awareness and recreation for our community.
Thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, that has been carried unanimously.
Chair, may I please move item 27 with an amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. It should be on the screen shortly. Thank you. Thank you to Ruth and Vicky and the Wonderful Living Arts team for providing this update. It's really wonderful to read about the arts initiatives that are being undertaken across the LGA as a result of our Arts and Music Recovery Plan, and it's something that I regularly receive very positive feedback on. My amendments really just want to put a bit of flesh on the bone of the latter part of the report, which touches on our town halls and creative spaces activation, which we know is really the centrepiece of the recovery plan. It's such an important element of the plan in providing that low-cost or free creative space for artists in inner Sydney. And I note that it was one of the commitments from our wonderful Marrickville Town Hall Steering Committee, chaired by Councillor Howard, which is made up of industry experts and artists who know what they're talking about, probably a little bit more than us, on what exactly those technical fit-out recommendations should be, what they should include for Marrickville Town Hall, and give us a really important bit of guidance on the rest of our town halls as well. So my recommendation seeks that we just receive that list of technical fit-out suggestions from the steering committee and then receive a report at next month's meeting with the full list of recommendations and an indicative cost that I imagine will then perhaps be a little bit more informed than the estimate that council staff have provided in this current report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or oppose it? Yep.
Whether they're actually about the accessibility aspect of that. I just wondered if the Access Committee was consulted on that what is it, audio descriptions bit proposal. I noticed there's audio descriptions in the plan. Whereas the access
Point of order. Councillor de Cruz must ask her questions through the chair.
To the chair, was the Access Committee consulted on the audio descriptions to implement that?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. Not specifically, but the entire endeavour was in consultation with Vision Australia and a number of other disability organisations, including Naz Campanella herself being blind. So it had input from people living with disability and the major peaks.
And with regard to the performers for the International Day of Disability, how are we calling for those performers?
I'm going to rule that out of order as it's not relevant to the motion before us. There's no amendments. I'll go to the mover for a right of reply.
Waived.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 28.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I have some amendments there. Thanks as always to the excellent staff who worked to make the day such a success. I'm so proud of our council for hosting this forum. It was an opportunity for people with lived experience and the local organisations that support them to connect, organise and providing valuable feedback to council about how we can best support mental health services across the InnerWest and the people that rely on them. The discussion from the day gives a strong foundation to develop an InnerWest wellbeing strategy in the coming year. This will be an important opportunity to consider the central role that our council plays in improving people's health and wellbeing, whether that is providing opportunities to exercise and for recreation, for social connection and learning, or providing a way for people to engage in civic life. All of these are clear protective factors supporting the mental health of local residents. Two amendments. The first is to ensure that council capture and translate the discussion of the Mental Health Forum into measurable actions in the upcoming InnerWest Wellbeing Strategy. That will ensure we're taking that feedback and learnings and putting them into concrete action. The second amendment is to formalise the Mental Health Forum as an ongoing program that we run at council. So I'm proposing that this occur every 2 years. In closing, I just wanted to especially acknowledge one local resident, Will Woods, who was the person who first suggested that the council hold a mental health forum. Will is a passionate and hardworking local health worker who loves his community. He is a lifelong InnerWestie. He is especially passionate about supporting people in our community with lived experience of mental health challenges. He came along to the forum, and to see that vision realised was just a very special moment. So the success of the forum and the ongoing work that council will do in this space is a testament to the work of Will Woods.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there a second for the motion?
Please?
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Just to speak very briefly, I attended the Mental Health Forum, and like most of the forums that our staff arrange, it was a truly excellent day. I think it's a way that this council truly pursues good policy outcomes by consulting the public, the people who are actually touched by these issues. And I thought it was an incredible day. I've not myself been touched by mental health issues, but my children certainly have. And I just found it a very supportive and a great way to get information from our community about how they need help. And I think that the progress report reflects that. And I welcome Councillor Howard's amendments. I think they will help take us forward, and having a mental health forum regularly is a really important thing to do. And I would just note that this is, very relevant to the issues that we'll be talking about in the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Atkins. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Next item, item 29. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. There's quite a bit of detail there in the background, and of course we had some excellent speakers, all of whom I would like to thank for bringing their passion to this particular topic. A recent report by the Trans Justice Project and the Victorian Pride Lobby, Fueling Hate, found that in the last 12 months, 9 in 10 of all participants witnessed online anti-trans hate. 1 in 2 trans participants experienced anti-trans hate, and 1 in 10 trans participants experienced anti-trans violence. That report also found that anti-trans hate is intensifying over time, with 8 out of 10 participants reporting an increase since 2020. This is a global phenomenon, and sadly in the US and the UK, this has included conservative politicians in power making statements and passing laws excluding trans people from various types of participation in society, excluding them from the health system and putting them in danger by insisting on treating trans people as the sex they were assigned at birth. We need to make sure that that does not happen here, and the InnerWest Council has been in the forefront of work to make it clear that trans and gender diverse people are welcome in our community and to keep them safe. Transgender Awareness Week in November is an opportunity for us to continue to show our support, as previously decided, and in addition by flying the trans flag and lowering it to half-mast on Trans Day of Remembrance.
I'll move an extension of time of 2 minutes. Seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Thank you. We in fact did this last year, and now I'm asking that we make a decision to continue this into the future. I'm also asking us to endorse and promote the rally on the 25th of November, which is part of a national day of action. Our speakers asked us passionately to particularly support this rally. I'm aware there are concerns about some of the demands from the organisers of the rally, particularly in reference to police. Those of you who aren't queer may not realise that over-policing of the queer community is a thing, and it results in underreporting of the violence described above. When the local area police commander tells me that there are no reports of violence directed at the queer community, when there is both anecdotal evidence and the report mentioned above, you have to ask why it's not being reported. The queer community feels over-policed through the application of various laws and use of sniffer dogs to carry out searches in queer spaces in particular. If you've ever been to a queer club or party or Mardi Gras, you are well aware of this. The current New South Wales Special Commission of Inquiry into LGBTIQ hate crimes, which will report by the 15th of December this year, has demonstrated that these are not things of the past, and the Commissioner presiding has commented on several occasions about the current attitude of the New South Wales Police, especially as demonstrated by delays in providing evidence. It's no wonder that the queer community feels that at least until such time as New South Wales Police clearly demonstrate a changed approach to our community, that they are not welcome at a Mardi Gras parade or in pride marches. Speakers referenced a number of unions and other organisations who have supported and who are endorsing the rally, and I ask that this council also specifically will support the rally. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to second the motion.
Councillor Lockie, wish to speak to it?
Yes, I will. Look, thank you, Councillor Atkins, for providing that very clear and rational explanation of the demands for the rally and why you're seeking council support for it. I always appreciate the views that you bring to the council and the insights you bring on this matter. I also would like to also thank the speakers, Yasmin, Honey and Jess, for coming in and speaking about a matter that is clearly very personal and emotional. I support this because, as Councillor Atkins has said and the speakers have said, we're in a time where trans rights are under enormous attack. We are seeing it at home as well, but we're seeing in the UK and the US a real escalation of where it could go if it's left unchecked. And I, as somebody who is a British citizen as well as an Australian one, I was really horrified to see the remarks made by their Prime Minister last week. And as somebody who has been treated through the National Health Service, I can tell you that service has suffered a hell of a lot more from the Tories' years of cuts to its funding than it will ever will from trans people seeking medical health care through that system. I thought they were disgusting comments. I've always been really proud that our government here in the InnerWest is not like that, that we really have always stood strongly and proudly with our local queer community, particularly at times where they have been under attack. I love the fact that in the InnerWest we are a safe haven for people of all backgrounds, and that's why I'm very happy to support this request for Council to endorse the rally.
Thank you for that. Is there any amendments to the motion or anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Howard.
I would like to move a foreshadowed motion that I've provided to the note takers earlier.
Thank you.
I just want to begin by thanking Councillor Atkins for their motion. I also acknowledge and thank the speakers who spoke so passionately in the public forum. I'm moving the foreshadowed motion which seeks to do three things. One.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I just believe you're not meant to speak to the foreshadowed motion unless the substantive motion is voted against, I think. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just going to, well, it's been tabled. It's not able to be considered unless the primary motion is defeated. I think Councillor Howard is able to speak against the primary motion and articulate the ways that he wishes to propose a different course of action. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thanks for clarifying. I appreciate it. So, look,
I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting with great respect. And Councillor Howard, please proceed.
Sure. So, look, I'll speak to the original motion. I note that the original motion calls on councillors to endorse a rally that makes a number of demands. And Personally, I can say that I support many of them. I passionately believe that we need to support and protect educators and students from religious discrimination. I passionately believe in meaningful law reform that removes the requirement for trans and gender diverse people to undergo surgery before changing their gender marker on birth certificates. And I'm passionate about protecting the fundamental rights of sex workers and for a brave and robust program of harm minimisation. What I have trouble with is calls to end policing in our community. This is not a defence of the tactics deployed by New South Wales Police when it comes to marginalised communities, nor is it a defence of the persecution and violence that has been and continues to be perpetrated by police against trans and gender diverse people. What it is an understanding that New South Wales Police do play a critical role in keeping our community safe. And it's an acknowledgement of the work that many people are doing to enact meaningful cultural change within the New South Wales Police Force. We can promote meaningful and transformational reform that makes policing more responsive, more inclusive, without calling for the police to be abolished. I believe real change comes from transforming institutions and emboldening reformers fighting for inclusion, respect and change.
Move an extension of time of 2 minutes. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
Thank you. I want to be really clear here. We're a council that is deeply committed to inclusion and to ensuring that everyone in our community is treated with respect, that everyone is able to participate and thrive in our local community. We're a council that takes pride in our leadership when it comes to diversity, inclusion and compassion. My foreshadowed motion seeks to reflect that deep commitment. What we do here is so much more than flying flags and running community events. We're working in a meaningful way towards building an inclusive, healthy, safe and diverse community. And the events that we run and the programs that we run across council matter to people. I hear all the time from local residents that it matters that you can walk into a library and find a book that reflects your lived experience, that we hold forums like a mental health forum that encompasses the experience and lived experience of people all across our council. Those things matter. The foreshadowed motion that I will speak about in a moment seeks to focus on the practical ways that we're working across the chamber to be a beacon for diversity and inclusion. And I sincerely thank Councillor Atkins for the motion and Councillor Lockie for your comments as well. I reiterate again that I think we do agree on more than we disagree on in this space. And I hope I've just clearly expressed our position or my position on the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Very clearly expressed. Okay. Yes, please do, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins, for bringing this motion. Sounds like a rally I would go to, and a rally that I support, and I support all of its demands. And I think, unfortunately, this council has a track record of not endorsing very important rallies. And my mind turns to the climate strike many years ago, and we failed to endorse that. And I think that was a bad day for this council, and I think not supporting rallies like these is also a step in the wrong direction. So I commend the original motion, and that's what I'll be voting for.
Amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to the mover for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everyone for their comments. Yes, our council is supportive of the queer community and the trans community in particular, but we were fronted today by members of the trans community who were representing not just themselves personally but others, who asked us specifically to endorse this rally. So I'm very disappointed to be thinking that those across the chamber are going to be voting against it, and your foreshadowed motion, which while I might vote for in the long run, as a poor second best, can I just say? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll put the Atkins-Lockie motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, there are 7 councillors. All those against? 8 against. That has been defeated. Now, Councillor Howard has tabled a foreshadowed motion, which I'll ask the minute takers to display on the screen. I'll ask if there is a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Drury. and I'll invite Councillor Howard to speak to the motion.
Just very quickly, the foreshadowed motion just seeks to do three things: to commit our council to visibly supporting the trans and gender diverse community on Trans Day of Remembrance, to reflect on the practical ways that we're working to support and empower trans and gender diverse people in our community, and three, to highlight the work of local trans and gender diverse activists and organisations. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Drew, do you wish to withdraw for Councillor Dorienzo? Just a bit slow off the mark, that's all. Councillor Dorienzo, do you wish to speak as seconder? No, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that. Councillor Stamoulis, were you for or against the motion?
For.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's just a little bit of a lag on the screen. Okay, that has been carried unanimously. That brings us to item 33?
31.
31, soft plastics. Sorry about that. Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Ma'am. I just have a small amendment to add in addition to the motion, which I've circulated to the minute takers. This motion follows on from an earlier resolution that was passed unanimously by Council and moved jointly by myself and Councillor Shetty. It seeks to build upon that work by recognising what we're doing as a the good work that the Commonwealth Government is doing to strengthen and build our domestic recycling industry and to target difficult plastics, including soft plastics. I note that the Commonwealth Government recently announced the $250 million Recycling Modernisation Fund with funding for 48 additional plastic recycling facilities. $60 million has been allocated specifically in the federal budget to support new recycling infrastructure for hard-to-recycle plastics. The other piece of news since Councillor Shetty and I's joint motion earlier this year is that the Commonwealth, State and Territory governments have moved to introduce mandatory packaging design standards for recycled content, which will hopefully make a huge change to the products that are being created and the waste that's being created at source. Secondly, the motion just seeks to strengthen our advocacy to local supermarkets to bring back soft plastics recycling at the point of sale as quickly as possible once we have the capacity to process it. It advocates for trial compostable barrier bags in supermarkets across the InnerWest. These are really important. They're the barrier bags, are little plastic bags that you can put your fruit and vegetables in and weigh for those playing at home. And if they are compostable, then you can actually, they can become a free and available source for people to use as bin liners for FOGO if they're compliant. So I think that's a really great way that we can encourage people to participate more fully in FOGO. I'm just quickly going to move, and the additional amendment is to support staff's work to investigate and to seek funding from the EPA around an extruder, which is a very exciting product. And an extruder basically takes polystyrene, which is a really complex and difficult plastic that takes up a lot of space in red bins, and to extrude, I presume, that down into a plastic product that can be on-sold for use to be upcycled into street furniture, sunglasses, and a raft of other products. And I have never been so excited.
I'd like to second, Mayor, if that's... I'll waive my right other than to just say thanks for bringing this additional motion. I'm equally enthusiastic about reducing plastic waste.
Excellent. Okay. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 33, Quong Tart Plaza.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Lee from the Australian Federation of Chinese Organisations tonight for lending his support to this motion and his remarks on Mr. Quong Tart's legacy and significant impact on the social and political scene of Sydney at a time of strong anti-Chinese sentiment in Australia. Earlier this year, this council endorsed ways that we can recognise the contribution of the Chinese community to the InnerWest, and I thank my fellow ward councillor Griffiths for bringing forward a motion to kick things off. Following community consultation, it was suggested that we should seek the support of the Geographical Names Board to give Hercules Street, Ashfield, an additional name of Quong Tart Plaza. This is an exciting opportunity to highlight the long and fruitful settlement of Chinese people in the InnerWest and recognise the Chinese community in the central business district of Ashfield. and the significant contribution made by members of the Chinese community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor D'Arienzo. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to it? That's waived. Anyone wish to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 34, mitigating the impact of Bankstown train line closures.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor
Thank you.
Langford.
Yeah, I guess this motion is seeking for council staff to advocate for to Transport for New South Wales on behalf of the residents and businesses in the InnerWest LGA who are impacted by the shutdown of the Sydney to Bankstown line. Those shutdowns have been occurring over the last 12 months periodically, I'd say, and there's a forecast shutdown of 12 months, probably starting sometime next year. The shutdown really impacts residents closest to Bankstown, but it's also particularly affecting residents in Ashfield and Marrickville wards, including Dulwich Hill, Marrickville, Tempe and Sydenham. The motion has been raised in response to concerns from residents who've approached me because they're experiencing increased issues with parking, particularly around Tempe, where one resident who was going to speak this evening but was unwell, Diane Ferguson, an 83-year-old, is getting parked in regularly to her home because there are so many cars flooding to the area now because people can drive to Sydenham and Tempe and park in residential streets and then at least get on the train from there rather than catching the buses. And Tempe station is really regularly parked out. There's also a concern about impacts on businesses in Marrickville. So really this motion is just to get staff across what the issues are, and so that hopefully they will advocate on behalf of residents and businesses to Transport for New South Wales and ensure that our community get the best situation through this shutdown. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor Griffiths, do you wish to speak to it? Okay. That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it?
Can I foreshadow an alternate motion?
You can, but as we've just clarified, you'll need to speak against this motion rather than you're able to table it so that the Chamber is able to see the motion, but you'll need to address the primary motion before us, and you can speak to the foreshadowed motion if the primary motion is defeated.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think we all understand that there is going to be major disruption as the metro continues. There is disruption currently with little shutdowns, but certainly as of from mid next year, there's going to be a very long disruption. And I think we all appreciate that this is a very complicated situation for the state government to be managing. I'm not, and I understand that our staff are meeting with Transport for New South Wales, and I know this has the Minister's personal attention, and rather than us giving a shopping list of things to be considered, as is suggested in this motion, I would propose a more general approach as outlined in my foreshadowed motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for a right of reply.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Drury, for your comments, and I take on board. Obviously, it's great to hear that council staff
we'll be meeting with Transport in the coming weeks, and I guess the reason that I did provide so much detail in this motion is because there are specific issues that need to be considered, and I wanted to ensure that council would be on the front foot when they went into those discussions and have that sort of direct feedback from residents and be really clear about what the current issues that are being experienced are. And if you know, this motion is to be defeated, then I would request that perhaps you can, council can consider actually, you know, attaching my original motion to the foreshadowed motion, at least to provide some background to staff to take along to the meetings so that they can be more informed about what the real issues are, rather than, you know, I appreciate your motion is much more general, but there is a reason why I put specifics in here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll put the Langford-Griffiths motion. All those in favour? Against? That has been defeated. We'll now go to the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Drury.
Yeah, look, I think the current plan that deals with the closures is a debacle. I think the Minister acknowledges that. And I think what we all understand is that there needs to be a far better approach than just a couple of replacement buses. What we actually need is a comprehensive solution that looks at the buses, the train services, the existing bus network, other bus connections, active transport, cycling, the whole lot of it. It actually all needs to be looked at if we're going to come up with a solution. This proposes this gives a framework for our staff in discussion with Transport for New South Wales. There are points in what Councillor Langford says that make some sense, but I think really what we need to be asking for is for a comprehensive and dedicated solution to what is going to be a very major problem. I urge all to support.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for Councillor Drury's motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
I would, Mayor, like to just suggest that a potential amendment would be, particularly, I note that Councillor Drury's motion doesn't sort of touch on the issues with parking, and it doesn't touch on the issues about the impacts on local businesses, and perhaps this is a question to Councillor Drury about how would you suggest that those particular issues might be addressed?
I'll put that question to Councillor Drury.
I would be open to adding some words in clause 1 to pick up those the parking and local businesses.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
There being no amendment before us, the seconder for the motion is Councillor D'Arienzo. There being no amendment before us.
Yeah, I'd like to include the wording, if possible. I mean, in the clauses in my motion, I talk about this.
Councillor Langford, with great respect, obviously, I'll call the meeting to order if that's okay, Councillor Drury. With great respect, obviously, your motion has been defeated. So if you would like to propose specific wording to amend point 1 as Councillor Drury has suggested he is open to, then we can table that amendment and it can be incorporated.
Do you need that in writing or?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Drury for a right of apply with no amendment having been tabled.
I urge support.
Okay, I'll put the motion. Can I just ask that the seconder be written into the motion, please? Okay, thank you for that. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Will someone move that we go into confidential session?
May I move a procedural motion before we go into confidential session? Can we recommit the vote on the previous item, not the foreshadowed motion, but the primary motion? I note the minute takers have made a note to check Councillor Stamoulos' vote, and if that needs to be checked and there's a tie, then a casting vote will be required because Councillor Howe is absent. Can we deal with that now rather than some other time?
Yeah, good point. Okay, is everybody clear on what Councillor Scott is proposing? So I will rule that the vote on the primary motion be recommitted. That will also mean that the vote on the foreshadowed motion needs to be recommitted. I'll just clarify with the council officers that I'm able to do that. I'll ask you to turn the microphone on. Thank you.
That's fine to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to the primary motion. If I can ask that that be displayed on the screen. Okay, I'll put the Langford-Griffiths motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Shetty, Lockie and Stamoulos. All those against? Against, I have Councillors D'Arienzo, Scott, Stevens, Smith, Sardulius, Drury and myself. That is tied at 7-7. I'll use my casting vote to vote against that motion. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion, moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor, and I'll just ask that it be displayed on the screen, please. Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that is unanimous. Is any councillor against the motion? No, that's been carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Councillor Scott.
And now I'll move a procedural motion that we go into confidential session.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that procedural motion? Seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll ask the officers to discontinue to stop the broadcast of the meeting and to let us know when that has occurred. Okay, the broadcast has been recommenced. We're back in open council. It being 11:01, I will declare the meeting closed.
Dirty.